Nobody? Cool. Uh, so today I'm going to be installing Gentoo. This is not the first time I have installed Gentoo, but it might be the first time that um, I successfully installed Gentoo. If this current endeavor proves successful, you can kind of see. I'm gonna get away without using a webcam here because uh, this is the thing, right? We're not there. So this machine is a Toshiba Satellite L655D. It says that it's from, you know what, it says it's from 2012, but I actually opened it up. I took it like almost completely apart. All of the parts inside are actually from uh, like 2009, so that's fun. So this basically my setup here is very simple. I've just got a phone that is doing the streaming, and it actually is allowing us to be sideways for this stream. I don't know how well it's showing up there, but the last stream was stuck in vertical because it was the uh, only thing available, I guess. But yeah, so we're going to be installing Gentoo, not like this though, not like this, because of a very simple reason, and that is that the default method of installing Gentoo, where you download their CD, is like kind of bad. Instead, I'd like to just run a different OS. Now let me see, because this is I just plugged in my Ventoy drive. Let's see if it. Hang on. Let me see. This is a brand new. This is a install as I'm throwing away. But yeah, so basically what we're going to do is load a different operating system and run the Gentoo installation through that because it gives us access to stuff like a graphical browser that is pretty useful. Alright, so I'm just going to reboot. So, actually, no, I'm going to power off because this computer does not have UEFI. It's a pure BIOS machine. Now, this stream, as it says in the title, is going to be very long. It's going to be a very long stream, and as such, the genre will probably change as time goes on. Okay, boom, webcam. Yeah. So, I guess now is a good time to mention that I don't particularly know what I'm doing, and I have never successfully installed Gentoo before, so we're just gonna see what we got here. This laptop is old, it's pretty slow, all things considered, and I'd just like to install Gentoo to see if it works. But before that, actually, let me do something else because no one's here anyway. If I go to my if I go to my Mastodon, There we go. If I go to my Mastodon, I'm going to toot out a brief message. You see, this always makes me nervous to to publicize what I'm gonna do, because it's like, let me share, copy a link, Mastodon. Live on YouTube installing Gentoo Linux, trying to do it all in one stream. And then the YouTube link. Low production quality, bad hardware. Caveat. What's the Latin word for someone who watches? Buyer is emptor. Reader is lector. What's videor? Uh, that. See, no, that's right. Caveat videor. And publish. All right, cool. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be installing Gentoo from scratch on this short, small machine. Okay. Um, I don't know if anybody's here in chat. I am looking. Okay, I've got the chat on my screen now. Cool. So the production quality and just like kind of the quality in general of this stream is going to vary with the number of people watching it. If nobody's here, then I don't care. If somebody's here, then I do. So here is our device. Man, I missed this old BIOS. And we got a whole bunch of different possibilities. Ooh, you know what? I kind of want to install Windows 10 on here. I'm not going to, but I have before. It actually runs better than you'd expect, which isn't saying much. But like surprisingly, it's terrible, but it's not nearly as terrible as one might expect. So I don't want to boot an Arch ISO because those are slow. Those are bad. Those don't have GUIs built into them already. Endeavor does, Artix does, and Fedora does. Fedora has GNOME, which is very slow. Ubuntu also has GNOME, which is very slow. Puppy is probably the most lightweight, but Puppy is also weird. It's got a different setup that might hinder our Gentoo install a little bit. Now I could either so that leaves us with Artix or Endeavor. Um, this Endeavor is more recent, so I probably won't have to update anything. Not that that's really the point. Um, all right, so we're going to be using Endeavor x86 BIOS. There we go. Boom. I should rename this video if I can. Let me see if that's a thing I can do. Thanks for liking the stream. I really appreciate it, somebody. Manage videos. Can I change the title of this stream after live current? Into install very long stream, comma. Real hardware. No. Undo changes. Cancel. I'm gonna go to the live analytics here. That'll be fine. Yeah. All right. So here we are, about to boot into Endeavor OS, and let me get some YouTube. I want to get some music going. What is some royalty free music? If I just search royalty free music, what does it show up with? Okay. Hi, my friend. I'm not going to say your name, but thank you for watching my stream if you want to. Okay, if you search royalty-free music on YouTube, it gives you like basically just I don't know what any of okay, here's 4-hour synthwave mix. Wait. Um no, how's this 12 hours of free background music. There we go. That's better. I like that. All right. So it is time to connect to Wi-Fi. I'm gonna dox my Wi-Fi network here, what it's called at least. Can you see my hands? You kind of can. I don't care. If this gets out, I'll just change it. No big deal. As long as I don't press the show password, it should be fine. You can't see my keyboard. Uh-huh. So now, here's the fun part. We actually get to installing Gentoo. Firefox is taking a bit to open. I'm going to reply to my friend and say, yes, that's me. Okay. Now we go to Gentoo wiki.gentoo.org. Is that the site? I don't know. Also, this mouse, this trackpad kind of sucks, but the nice thing is if you press the two buttons at the same time, it registers as a middle click. I think that's mostly a driver thing, but I do like it. I think that's fun. That's nice. So let's go to this computer has the scrolling on backwards. I hate that so much. We'll fix it later. So documentation, let me see. Getting started, help page, wiki, support. Where is the installation? Gentoo handbook, maybe? I know where it used to be. AMD 64 handbook. Installation, there we go. Gentoo Linux AMD 64 handbook installing Gentoo. Gentoo. I'm going to say Gentoo. We don't have window snapping. Do we have the other kind of window snapping? This is XFCE, and I should know how XFCE works, but um, I don't feel like remembering. So we're just going to make this about half size, and we're going to get a terminal, put that on the left, and that's going to be the other half. Yeah, something like that. That's a good size. There. Uh-huh. We're gonna enlarge it a little bit, and we're gonna make that smaller again, and we're going to shrink the resolution and increase the size, and that way, hopefully, you'll be able to read it, and it won't fall off of the screen too terribly badly. Also going to go over to Firefox here and increase the size of the text there so it's a bit easier to read. LOL, yeah, I know, right? Imagine. You're welcome for. Thank you for the like. Do you realize that tanks the average watch time? 0 divided by 0 is infinity, which is 1. But like, if you sign on for a moment and press like, that like, uh, that it shrinks the number. So there's a whole lot of waffle in the beginning here about how Gentoo is good and for stuff for reasons. And we're going to okay, how the installation is structured. We're in a working environment, ready to install Gentoo. We have an internet connection. The the hard disks. We gotta do disk partitioning. And then we gotta do all this other stuff in order. So they give us choices. The choices are fine. Choices are realistic. There's a little nasty on my screen. There's going to be problems. I'm not going to bother reporting them. Yeah. Hardware. I've got, this is 64-bit computer, just barely, or not quite just barely. 2 gigs of, I have 8 gigs of memory. The disk, I'm not sure how big, it's at least 250 gigs, so we'll be fine. Installation media, it's okay to use other installation media. Okay, when using non-Gentoo installation media, skip to preparing the disks. Alright. Oh, wait. So this is like a subsection then. Block devices. So, I'm going to turn this volume down, music down a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, so the way this works. You've got to understand what a disk even is. One distinction, I don't know if they make it here, but I find it annoying when it's not made, is that between disks and disks. So a disk with a K is just a storage device. A disk with a C is it's what goes there. It's what goes in this kind of tray there. And you'll note that this part came off of it. That's because for a while I was using this as my main computer, and I had a hard drive bay from wish.com that sat in there, and I put this piece on the end of it, and it just kind of sat there. It was fine. But I want to put the disc back in. The CD card caddy back in. I found that the outer bit didn't quite work there anymore, and so it's kind of hanging on by a thread. There's not a better way to get it to stick onto there. I've done all I could, and it just wasn't enough. So no, that's from the music. So there's different types of block devices. Let's just get a quick look at how the block devices are structured on this system to get an idea of how this is working. So SDA, okay, loop 0 is the boot drive for this live OS. This is well, those are my keys, and I've got a USB on a keyring which it has a bunch of ISOs on it and I'm booted into one of those right now. That's how this works. Uh, so that's that. And uh, the way these live OSs work is they create a loop device and then basically get all of their files that are on the ISO, the single ISO file or disk image that they're booted from, uh, and they go through the loop device to get it, which I don't know, helps with throughput. Because otherwise, you would have the whole OS in memory and you would run out of RAM, which isn't very good. SDA, this is my main hard drive, which is somewhere inside of there, I believe. Or it's either there or there. It's probably here. And there's you take a couple screws and you can do that. Modern computers, like for example, this newer ThinkPad, there's 9 screws and the whole bottom comes off and it's all just kind of laid bare. But nevertheless, that is the basic summary of how this works. SDA, as you can see, is 232.9 gigs, and it's got 4 partitions on it, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are from the previous OS install here that we're going to be clobbering, going to be wiping out, going to be deleting today. So that's fun. SDB is the actual thumb drive itself, and SDB1 contains the subvolume ventoy on which is mounted the boot mount, which is related to the loop device in ways that I don't want to get into. Live OSs are crazy, they're a mystery. Welcome if you're joining us. SDC, I'm not sure what that is. I believe it might be this computer has a built-in SD card reader, which is actually just a USB bus that's always plugged in. So that's a little bit weird, but it is what it is. It's fine. And SR0 is that CD tray, just always there. So that's these specific block devices. Gentoo lists different types of block devices. Stuff like SDA, SDB are SATA drives or USB flash drives. Dev NVMe 0 and 1 type stuff are Nevermind Express. I know that's not actually what it is, but that's what I'm going to say it is. Welcome to the stream if you're just joining us, which nobody is. Yeah, chat is empty. Okay, my battery is charging. My phone is plugged into a fast charger, but it's also live streaming, which takes up a ton of energy, so I think as long as the battery doesn't explode, we'll be okay. It's a new phone. It shouldn't. It's not that new. It's a Pixel 6. Whatever. And then of course MMC, which are SD cards, basically. Get dev MMC BLK0 or BLK1 or 2 if there's multiple physical blocks of it. Curiously, this computer in particular has a weird thing where it actually treats SD cards as USB drives, so they get called SDC or SDD or whatever. That's just because the way it does it, SD cards is with a USB bus. You can't tell the difference. At least not in that way. And of course, all of these different types of drive have different usage. SATA drives are good for storing files. USB flash drives are good for storing files in a smaller space with a little bit lower transfer rate. Nevermind Express are very, very high power solid state drives. They're very small and very fast and very efficient, and you can get them in pretty good sizes. I think terabyte NVMe is like $100 or $200, so I mean it's not dirt cheap like hard drives are, but uh, it is pretty good, pretty reasonable if you're not buying that many of them. And SD cards are good for just sticking in a camera and saving photos to it, and then taking the photos off of it a month later. That's there is actually a device. It was actually my last stream. The Acer device. Let me pull it out here. So this godforsaken broken tablet computer thing has its internal storage. Its only internal storage is an MMC device, an internal one, and it's slow and bad, and I worry about it, and so we use a special file system for it, which is F2FS. But this is a tangent of a tangent. The Gentoo wiki only went on one tangent. I'm going on two. Look at me. Partition tables. We want partition tables. We like partition tables because they make us free. Okay, so you're going to get into it. There's two. You want partitions, but there's two types of partition tables. There's GPT, which is the good one, and MBR, which is the old deprecated bad one. The problem with GPT on particularly this class of computer, which uses an old school BIOS, is that it says Windows can't boot on it. Well, this isn't, you can't dual boot with Windows on it. But this isn't true. I've done it before. I'm not sure where this information comes from. I'm sure they have the best of intentions with it, but Windows is a very weird beast, and it actually does work. Can actually boot into Windows. You can't actually dual boot with Windows there, so I don't know why quite, but it is what it is. So this BIOS, this whole weird buggy firmware problem is not actually an issue here. It's fine. It's totally fine. This firmware has been updated to the latest version, which is from like 2014, I think. I had to install Windows 8 to get it to run. I actually installed Windows 8 off a physical disk. I'm not sure if I still have the disk. It was my dad's. I'm not sure if he ended up with it or I did. I did end up with his XP CD though, which you can actually run the XP installer on this computer, but then it'll fail because it doesn't know how to deal with ACPI, which is a power regulation type thing built into the BIOS or the motherboard or something. So for this install, I'm making the executive decision. We're just going to use GPT, the grid partition table, GPT disk label, because it's good. And the only two problems with it are a problem which doesn't exist and a problem which doesn't apply to me. MBR is old and kind of bad. So they suggest using GPT wherever possible. It is possible on here. BIOS, but computers with old school BIOS can still read MBR disks just fine. It's not a real problem. There's also stuff like LVM, um, but LVM is weird, and I've really never understood it, even with the WYSIWYG installers. So we're not going to be bothering with it. Um, Gentoo has one way that they recommend these partitions being. So I don't particularly agree with that. Um, they say to use fdisk or parted. Um, and they talk about what to do. And the idea with these command line partition managers is you think of exactly what you're going to do, and then you input the things to do line by line, and then once it's uh, once you've got it all figured out, you just do it. So for some reason, gparted doesn't seem to have opened. Bgrep gparted. So we're going to do sudo gparted. And apparently it doesn't work. Why does it not work? I don't believe me. Oh dear, this is a zombie system now, isn't it? Okay. So we're going to mount, according to our original LSBOK, SDB1 Ventoy. So we're going to run. We're going to make. We're going to do a little bit of live CD OS repair here. Let's just call it mount 3, which is stupid. It doesn't work. Nothing works. My life. Okay. I am a bit tired, but we're going to. I'm not that tired yet. Anyway, this is stupid. We're just going to go on, and we're going to shut the computer down, and we're gonna try. I think we're gonna try Artix next time. This time. All right. Brief intermission coming up. When we return, I'm going to boot up Artix, and we're going to install Gentoo from there. All right, welcome back. Nobody? Somebody? Probably. If you're here, you're not showing up in the YouTube system, so please make a comment or something. So we're just going to be booting up from scratch as you do. So the way that you get to the BIOS on this particular computer is hold F12, then hit the power button. And it has to be from a cold boot. Otherwise, if it's just a reboot, it will not work. So we're going to be loading the Ventoy USB here and loading the more recent version of Artix with Runit, which is, of course, from like July of 2022. And it's going to take a bit. What are you doing? Sorry, I'm a little schizo right now. Excuse me while I drink delicious, refreshing water. Okay, nice. Here we are. Time to open a browser. Epiphany is the only one that's here, which is, I believe, GNOME Web. No. We're going to wireless Wi-Fi turn on. I'm going to connect to my Wi-Fi, which is this one. I'm going to point the camera away a little bit so you can't see it. Okay, there we go. Nice. And okay, close the network menu. Close. No. This window, and that window, and that window. And this one we're going to key.gentoo.org/installation. We're going to see if that, okay, that's a 404. Is there a, okay, top level. Okay. We want handbook, and installation, AMD64, and installation. And we're going to start with preparing the disks. And then I'm also going to open a terminal, and we're going to make it bigger and put it over here. Yay! Actually gonna shrink this a little bit and grow the terminal because time. Not because time. So here we are where we were before with the disks and partition tables. Already decided to use GPT because it's the good one. Again, this whole Windows thing is not accurate all the time. It might be accurate some of the time, but it's not accurate right now. So I'm going to load gparted, the partition manager from Heaven. We're going to put it on the left there. So they recommend 3 partitions, a small boot EFI partition, which we don't have EFI, so it's going to be an EXT partition, and then swap space, which they recommend double your RAM for, and EXT4 for the rest of the disk. I don't quite like that so much. We're going to kill that. We're going to, you know what, device, create partition table. It's active? Why is it active? That's the right one. Swap off. Okay, it was using swap. That makes sense because that's, I don't know, that's good, like maybe. So we're going to create a partition table. We're going to go back. And now we're going to create a partition table. And the partition table we want is GPT. You'll notice the wiki only mentions GPT or MS-DOS, which is also called MBR. There's a whole bunch of other partition tables that can exist, but these are the only 2 that matter. GPT is the only good one. So now with a fresh disk that is completely unallocated, we're going to do something very similar to this. I like to, well, okay. I like having 4 partitions. What specific 4 partitions those are changes. For a while, I actually had a completely standalone Linux installation that that was there just to fix the other one that was in my spare partition. But for this, I figure we may as well just go with the actual default that they recommend, and if I want to change it later, I might be able to. So since this is a legacy boot system, the size is going to be 256 M, well, 256 megabytes, which is megabytes. Yeah, we're gonna go 256 MB, and it's going to be. I'm gonna put ext2. They recommend ext4, but ext4 has extra metadata. I forget the reason why, but I remember they used to always say ext2, so we're going with that. And I believe that's going to need a boot flag on it eventually, but we're not there yet. Next, swap. This computer has what it was have. It has 8 gigs of memory. I installed them myself. It started with 3, and I had to add a bunch more. Wait, no, it started with 2. And then a friend gave me like a 2 gig stick, and it had 3. And then, no, it didn't work. They gave me 2 sticks, and neither of them fit. Okay. Anyway, uh, 8 times 2 is 16, so we're going to go 16, but that's 16 megs, and a gig is 1,000 megs, so 16,000 megs of swap. Cool. And then the rest is going to be ext4, except I don't like that. And instead, we're going to use slightly worse RFS. And we're going to make it a little bit smaller. Wait, so that's 222 gigs. I'm going to make it... No, that's fine. Okay, yeah. Default-ish layout, and then we can change it later. That's what I said. So they're going to walk us through using fdisk or parted. But, yeah. Swap, I usually use 1.5 times RAM, but they're saying 2, that's fine. BIOS boot partition. GPT for UEFI, no, we want MVR for BIOS, no, we want, they have, no, they don't have a section on GPT for BIOS. Okay, boot. Okay. So we're just going to run with this. We're going to say apply all operations. Yes, I'm sure. Just do it. I didn't have anything particularly interesting on there anyway. And it's done. And now that it's done, we're going to manage the flags. Look at all these flags. Legacy boot flag is one we want to enable, I believe. It's either boot or legacy boot. I believe it's legacy boot because boot is just exists, and the swap has swap on it. Wait, does this say what flags? Control F, flags. Use flags and NTFS flags. No, neither of those are what I was looking for. So we want to apply. Okay, they've got a whole ButterFS suite of knowledge there. It's a big paragraph, I don't want to read it. But basically, it's a pretty good file system mostly. So gparted actually does all the work of applying file systems to partitions, so we don't really need to do that. Okay, now that we're actually in, I'm just going to very quickly sue, and let us check our partitions now. So we've got those loop devices that are not a big deal, and as well as SDB, SDC, SR0. What we really care about here is SDA. So we're going to make dir p mount Gentoo. I usually use just plain mount because I'm an arch boy, but mount Gentoo, sure. And we're going to mount dev SDA3 to mount Gentoo. What's it called when your fingers type in the wrong order? It's not dyslexia, is it? What's the word for right? Dyslittera? Well, whatever. It's not a valid condition. I don't have it anyway. So now we mounted the thing. They mention putting temp on a separate partition, but I don't know how necessary that is, and I don't know that I care very much. We're going to do other stuff with file systems that Arch does for you, but Gentoo doesn't. Next, we need to install the installation files. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, time to install the Gentoo installation files, the tarball, all of its other stuff. Date and time. What time is it? It thinks it's 0, but it's actually, yeah, it's the 18th. And properties. Time zone is America, Anchorage. 16:25. Yeah, that's about right. Cool. Let's check that with date. Wednesday, April 19th, 12:25:13 UTC. That is correct. In UTC, that is correct. I think. It sounds about right. The minutes are right. I'm actually going to NTPTQG. All right, we're good. Cool. Can we set the... Okay. All right, UTC is recommended. We're already fine for UTC. We're going to add a time zone later, it says. Time to choose a tarball. You can either do multilib or no multilib. We want to allow for multilib because it's fine. The other choice is between OpenERC and Systemd. OpenERC, I've had mediocre experiences with on Arctics, and Gentoo I've never gotten to work all that well anyway. So it's what it is. Systemd is Systemd. It's a big deal. And I have decided, pardon my yawning, decided to go with OpenRC. We're just going to use OpenRC. It's fine. All right, time to CD into Mount Gentoo. Cool, where are we? Nothing is here. Those using environments with fully graphical web browsers will have no problem copying a stage file URL from the main website's download section. Hey, that's me! I love that fake middle click. So I want AMD64. Yes. AMD64. We want a stage archive. Oh. Is there a setting for multilib or not? Okay, multilib is the default, which is good because that's what we want. So we want OpenRC. Yeah. On OpenRC, do we want desktop profile as well? I don't know. It's probably not that much bigger, and I'm probably going to be using some desktop stuff anyway, so we may as well begin downloading that. And it's 585 megs, so it's going to take a few minutes. Meantime, we can close this. Oh. Wait. Unclose that. Cancel download. Take copy link address, and then we'll get link address. Oh. I can't believe we don't have WGET installed on this this Arctics live system. I guess that means we're just gonna have to install it. Not a big deal. I don't care. We probably won't run out of RAM. So let's just download that. It's gonna take a couple minutes. See, 2 minutes. That's less than 7. Not sure how that happened. That's the end of that particular glass of delicious water. It's warm. I'm going to open my window a little bit here. Pardon me. There we go. Did you notice that it doesn't really register? The window's right behind the computer though, so if sound happens, then sound is because window. 64%. There's going to be a lot of waiting here, isn't there? Well, considering this is going to be the full installation. I'm not going to stop until it's done. So, yeah, it's going to take a very long time. I may end up doing other things in the interim, simply because there's so much downtime in the Gentoo install. But we're just gonna take it one step at a time, you know. I want to have fun here. Maybe we'll go all through the night, and stuff will happen, and I'll end up attracting some viewers eventually. That'll be fun. I believe that in Eurasia, it's like late night right now, so that could be why I don't have any viewers. Oh dear. No, don't go. Don't go. Unlock. Wait, no, the password is Artix. There we go. I don't want that to ever happen again. Go away. Presentation mode on. Alright. And we're past an hour. Been streaming for an hour, and I'm just barely downloading Gentoo itself. Fun times. Okay, now it's getting cold. Let me close the window a little bit. Somewhere near there, there's like a perfect amount of open window that you have. There is. That makes it all perfect. Makes it all work. I don't know what that is. Cody? Light? Pathway light. It's 4 p.m. Not quite late enough to make me some dinner yet. I will make me some dinner though. I'll probably have ramen or something. I'd show you how I make ramen. That'll be fun. One of my spare phones, I installed Ubuntu Touch on it a while ago, and then I tried rebooting, and it got caught in a boot loop. So I was like, okay, I guess Ubuntu Touch works fine, except for it can't survive a reboot for some reason. So I guess I'll just install Android back on it, and it's been months since I bothered with all of the Android stuff, and I don't remember how anymore. Android is nasty. Android is pretty nasty. When it's all there and it works, it's fine, but when you have to like get it back, there are so many hoops to jump through. Every device has several different downloads. Only one of them is ever going to work, and they all have extremely long names. And XDA Developers is a bad website. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. It's like it sucks. The UI is bad. Everything's formatted as a forum. All the guides, all of the people in the comments are just asking the dumbest questions. Like, if you tried it, you would see the answer. You know, stuff like that. I long for the days when that would not happen anymore. When I Taco Bell today, I got their blue raspberry freeze. It was fine. Nothing special, nothing horrible. The only freeze that I actually like would want them to have again is the watermelon freeze with like little candy seeds. I mean, it's so stupid and ridiculous, but it tasted so good. You know, it was great. It was just a wonderful little thing. Okay, this download has been stuck for a time, 2 times, and half a time. I'm gonna cancel it and I'm gonna start over again. We're gonna see if starting over again works. Alright, so now we just gotta wait like 8 minutes. Or less. Please. Onegaishimasu. I'm gonna respond to my friend's text message. Be like, hey, you do realize that if the health department sees those pictures, Can I switch apps without YouTube crashing? Only time will tell. Messages, there we go. If they do like it, they can stay. Nobody's been here anyway. Am I here though? It's a very good question. We're going to start off with no. But actually, yes. What's the deal with this stream? I think that YouTube got slightly backgrounded. Suggested videos. But nobody's even. Impressions 270. Okay. So I'm getting recommended, I'm just not getting selected. Why does the angel of death yet passes over? This is a pretty good playlist. It's just a random royalty-free yearly playlist on YouTube, but I like it. I dig it. It's good. The drums are strong, but there's not much else there, so it balances out. I feel like a lot of songs, drums are way too strong most of the time. If I zoom in, not that much. If I zoom in that much and I move the camera, there we go. That's almost nearly satisfactory. We're in denial. Alright. Yeah, we are where we are. That's fine. 108. I've been here for 108 somehow. People seem to like the Terraria with Vimkey stream. I'm surprised. Didn't think it would do that well. Hey, you never know, right? %. Hey, that's further than we got last time. So it looks like the original file name was already there. So rather than clobbering, they went with .1 extension. That's just the thing that Wget does. So we're gonna have to remove the original and rename the .1 from itself. 5 in the afternoon. I'm already a little bit tired. It's fine. It's fine. Now it selected. It looks like it selected the Yandex Mirror, which is a Russian site, which I thought Russia was banned from the internet right now, but whatever. Also, this is Alaska, so that might be why. Even though the part of Russia that's close to Alaska is like far from the part of Russia that matters, it's just like they just have this land that isn't doing anything, it's just kind of sitting there. There are people there, but there's not that many. And that part of Alaska is kind of like that too. So actually, like if you look at, all right, time to actually do stuff. Look at this. Let me remove stage. There's the original, and then we are going to move this one, the .1 file, all the way to just the original, and we're gonna look there, and we're done. Time to do stuff. They want you to validate and verify the thing, but I don't care. I believe in the Waget gods. So now we just launch the thing. So tar, there's a tar, right? Yes, there is. Tar XPVF stage 3 dash dash X adders include equals star dot star dash dash numeric owner. Now, I'm fairly certain that you don't actually need these extra arguments, but may as well have. Oh no, right. And that does all the things. Nobody seems to care about my stream. Now, when I did the Fedora install on the phablet, everybody was pretty enthusiastic, but I see 0 viewers here, so it leads me to believe that perhaps we haven't cornered the market just yet. Okay. What? No. Not that. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to... Configuring compile options. To optimize the system, it is possible to set variables which impact the behavior of Portage, Gentoo's officially supported package manager. All of those variables can be set as environment variables using export, but setting via export is not permanent. Portage reads in make.conf, which changes the runtime behavior depending on the value saved in the file. Make.conf can be considered the primary configuration file for Portage, So treat its content carefully. So we edit mount Gentoo etc portage make.conf. Cool. Confusion. Alright. And this is basically just a shell script that sets variables, so it's fine. C flags and CXX flags. Let me see. Common flags. The whole march. You know what? Yes, I'm going to leave march equals native out of there. So, bit of background: march equals native is a setting which basically means that the everything that compiles gets set gets compiled specifically for the CPU on which it is being compiled, which is fine if you're compiling on one system, but if you're using other using other computers to do some of the lifting there, you can get into issues where parts of programs are compiled for a CPU that they're not intended to run on, and bad things can happen if you're missing instructions. For example, this computer is missing a couple CPU instructions, which Android x86 and its derivatives run with, so you can't not run Android on this computer as much as I used to want to. Now I've basically given up on Android, so that's what it is. Make opts. Okay, hang on. What does nproc return? Nproc is 2, because there's 2 processors, right? That makes sense. So make opts. A choice is the smaller of the threads of the CPU, which is 2 in our case, or the total amount of RAM divided by 2 gigabytes, which in our case would be 4. But 2 is the smaller of those, so still 2, so just leave it at default. Okay, so basically everything is fine. So we're going to continue with installing the base system. Are you excited? You don't exist. I am excited. If you do exist, type something in chat so we know that you do. Okay. Time to select the mirror. It's safe to skip this step when using non-Gentoo installation media. Mirror selects can be merged later within stage 3 after entering the environment. Okay, cool. I'm just going to skip it then. Copy DNS info. All right. Cool. So we're going to copy dereferencing. Let's see, resolve.conf mount gentoo etc/. Cool. And then it's time to do a whole bunch of mounting that Arch does for you, but Gentoo does not. Let me pull up my chair so I can sit on the floor. There's proc and sys and dev, and each of them get 2 or 3. So from the what happens if we alt click and drag? Fun fact on that does the opposite of what we want. Fun fact on Windows, if you alt and then drag, it will select a rectangle. I thought that things other than Vim and Emacs didn't have that, but they do. It's just not obvious or that useful even. So we're gonna mount types proc /proc onto mount Gentoo proc, and we're going to mount rbind sys onto mount Gentoo sys. We're gonna make rslave mount Gentoo sys. We're gonna mount -- rbind dev onto mount Gentoo dev. Next, we're going to make rslave mount Gentoo dev. Oh, and I misspelled something. Get new Gentoo. Cool. And next, mount bind run onto mount Gentoo run, and mount make. It says make slave. I suspect that might be a typo, so I'm just gonna do it as it is, and if it's a typo, too bad. We'll have to come back. Mount Gentoo run. Sayest thou run? Wait, ls dev shim. Total test -l dev shim. And rm dev shim and make dir dev shim. Okay, I don't think that did anything. Mount types tempfs options no suid no dev no exec shim onto dev shim. Cool. And then chmod 1777 dev shim and run shim. There's no run shim. Okay, whatever, it's probably fine. Time to enter the environment. We're going to chroot into Gentoo and run the program bin bash. We're going to source the file etc profile, and we're going to export ps1 equals quotes chroot and then the original value of ps1. And that just adds chroot onto there. And so when we have a basic, there you go, as you can see it says chroot up there, which is what we want. And there is no neofetch, because of course there's not. What did you expect this to be, Arch? check our partitions. All it knows is that SDA3 is where our root is. That's the nice thing about GH roots. That's like a little mini system installed. That's also kind of how Bedrock Linux works, but not really. Never mind that though. Now boot and I'm gonna swap on dev SDA2. I know it didn't say to do that, but I think it's a good idea. And so now it shows what we got. Time to do this stuff. So we can either do emerge WebRSync or just emerge dash dash sync. WebRSync is fine, apparently. So I'm just going to do emerge WebRSync. Cinching local tree. See that? So, okay. Global updates. 14 news items. Don't care, not gonna read them. Although I do wish they'd go away. Eh. It's giving some like Linkin Park intro vibes. I like it. Reading news items. When the eBuild repository is synchronized, Portage may output informational messages similar to the following. Important! And news items need reading for repository Gentoo. Use select news read to read news items. We can, actually, let's just do it for fun. Welcome to the stream, anybody who's joining us. Just taking it, and they're gone. Maybe not. If you're not gone, say so in chat, because otherwise I have literally no way of knowing YouTube is dumb and broken. So what are the news items going on? Okay, don't care. Accept licenses changed. PAM upgrade probably broke something. Wait, this is from like years ago. Okay, 2023. Python 3.11 to become the default for May and onward. Nice. Good job updating Python Gentoo, man. So we're going to eSelect News, Purge, and list. They're all still there. Select News dash H maybe? Dash dash help. We can eSelect News read dash dash quiet all, and and then you select news, purge. Now if we get any news, it'll actually mean something. There's a manual page, but I'm not going to read it right now. Time to choose the profile, which we did a thing. Desktop profiles are useful for window managers too. Time to do select profile list. See what profiles are available. File list. Oh, that's a whole lot. Okay. So there's Linux stable. We want what we are on right now is Linux AMD 64 desktop, which I believe is what we want. Already did that. I don't really want to select a different profile. We already have a fine one. And now it's time to recompile the world. Zawardo. Following step is necessary so the system can apply any changes or updates or use changes which have appeared since stage 3 was built and from any profile selection. So we're going to copy that, emerge, ask for both, update, deep, new use, world. Oh boy, how many packages, how many dependencies, what is going on? I've been streaming for an hour and a half and we're finally getting to the compiling. Hooray! Fun fact, emerge or portage is written in Python, and this computer only has 2 threads. Okay, there's a whole bunch. Yes, I would. Time to sit back and let it do its thing. Unless some license is a problem, which happens. I have a hack for getting things with licenses that it doesn't like to compile, which is just to accept every single license that works, or to just tell it to not care about licenses. Just accept all of the licenses, man. Why would you ever not install all of the licenses? It's just me though. Okay, this text is a little bit trippy. If you like blur your eyes a little bit when you're looking at it, you may see it like start to like go sideways like this on you a little bit. I think that's fun. So we're merging 1 of 10, which it says at the very top there. Yes. My analytics. Nobody's here. Nobody cares. Nobody wants. already clicks off right away. That means this isn't interesting. Does the video quality suck? Is there some other problem? The battery's at 41%. That's where it was last time we checked. Oh, something's happening. It's linking. It's doing its thing. And we're installing 1 of 10. Hooray. Round 2 of 10 time. Get text. Surprised so few things need to be recompiled. That's good though. There's gotta be something more interesting to put on the screen to make people show up. Alright, number 3, syslibs, Pam. Alright, let's install Pam. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Alright, number 5 out of 10. I'm a little bit excited, because this episode is the first in a few ways. Like if you get the reference, subscribe if you don't. Got you now. So this whole playlist is like, you always think that after a couple repeats of this bar, it's going to be it, it's gonna be a Linkin Park song, and then it just never is. I kind of dig it though. That's what it is. Oh, Curl. I like Curl. Curl's a great little program. Everybody should donate to the Curl author. Great person, I think. Certainly a great project, like the go-to. And it's installing. Nice. Okay, number seven. Number all right. Number 7 or 8. Number 7, DHCPCD. Also a great program. It resolves IP addresses, which is you basically need that, right? And then IP utils, which I think has the IP command, which is how you know your IP address. It's all useful stuff, and probably dependencies of curl. Okay, also includes ping. That's nice. And portage utils number 9. Welcome to the stream if you're joining us. Just installing Gentoo very slowly on this computer. If this succeeds, it will be my first time successfully installing Gentoo. I've done Gentoo installations before, and something's always been broken, and I usually end up just copying the kernel from an Arch system or something. But maybe this one will be different. I'd like that. Okay. So that actually finished. Nice, cool. That did a thing. Now it's finally time for the part that Mental Outlaw made 2 separate videos on, because it's so exciting and I can't for the life of me work out why. Use flags. Emerge. Dash info. Grep. Use. What use flags are we using? A whole bunch. Just a whole bunch of them. There's a description of all of the used flags that exist, which we may as well look at just briefly. Lesvar, DB, repos, Gentoo, profiles, use, .desk. So there's X, Athena. There's just so many. I'm going to keep it at the default now. I'm not going to bother with use flags. There's also CPU flags. I'm not going to bother with CPU flags. Video cards. This computer's video card is that one Dorito at the bottom of the bag that didn't get any salt on it. So, no. Figure accept license. Portage, Q, and var. Accept license. At free. I am going to VI at C portage make.conf. Oh, we don't have VI. Shoot. You know what? Vim is not found. And Vim obviously won't be found. Ed is not found. Nano. We do have Nano. I don't care. I cannot stand this. I'm just going to emerge NeoVim. This might take a little bit, but okay, 14 of them. I don't care. We're installing NeoVim. I'm not going to be out with I'm not going to be without a decent editor. NeoVim is a decent editor, by the way. Recommend you check it out if you haven't somehow. I think it has the potential to have more potential than Emacs, but right now Emacs has more potential and more actuality, so that's what I'm using. All of which is a very philosophical way to say that NeoVim is good, and it's probably going to get better, but Emacs is better now, so yeah. I mean, there are ways in which Emacs is worse than NeoVim. NeoVim is all ahead of Emacs in a few respects, but also behind in others. And we've been streaming for 2 hours. Are you excited? No, you're not, because you don't exist. If you do exist, say so in the comments. I long to hear thy thoughts. And for me, it is like 5:40 in the evening. In a few minutes, I won't feel so bad about fixing myself some dinner. I'm gonna try to wait till a long compile session to do that, though. Kernel, maybe. Ooh, or Firefox. What's the name of this video? I should rename it. Chill Gentoo install. There we go. Save changes. Happy. Customization. What's that? Oops. Participants, everybody. Don't need slow mode. Spam all you want. Spam, please. Analytics. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We're chillly installing Gentoo. And I don't have a problem with that. I hope you don't either. So yeah. It is what it is. By the way, I'm just installing NeoVim right now because we gotta edit a file and somehow Gentoo doesn't come with any text editors other than Nano, which is not great. Like, it's fine, maybe, if it's the only thing you know, but the more you know, the more things you like that aren't Nano. Okay, it's been long enough. I'm going to boost my own post on Mastodon, and you can't stop me. So I'm going to boost it there. And it's going to have been boosted. Installing 11, libterm key. Okay. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to work. I want to eventually turn the camera on, or turn the camera around, film myself making dinner and stuff, but I don't know. Yeah. Like, when you put yourself on the internet there's like a lot of stuff. It's hard to keep in mind sometimes. Right, if I go to the comments and click back, reconnecting, we're live. Yeah, I know. I try to be. What's our reach? What's our reach really? How many impressions? 570. So they are recommending us, nobody's watching. Going on in the kitchen. Saying how to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand, how can they reach me? They won't. Guess they can't. Life is out of luck, fool. Guess that's how I know my life is out of luck, you baka. Alright. I allow my own confusion. Under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Okay. Finally, NeoVim is installed, so we can do what we came here to do, which is to ninvim etsyportagemake.conf, and we're going to put accept license equals star. Just put everything. And the reason for this is that Any value you put, you'll have to change it, so you may as well put the one that you will never have to change. That's there are better reasons for doing other things, but I don't care. See, look at all these licenses. You can keep track of them. Man, I really want something with ketchup in it, or like sweet and sour sauce. Okay, system D is an option, but it doesn't matter. Time to pick a time zone. Zone info, look at all that. So we're going to echo America, Anchorage, into, let's see, time zone. And then we're going to merge dash dash config time zone data. And that will fix our local time file. So what is Etsy local time? It's a nasty thing. Okay. Cool. And this is our root directory, so that's what it's got in it. System D does a different thing. Locales. Let me see. Let's use, okay, so we nvim etsy locale dot gen, and there's a whole bunch of things that we can set here. There we go. So what we want is en us dot utf8, and we want, oh, keep thinking that caps lock is going to be escape here, and it's just not. So cancel search. There we go. We also want Japanese UTF-8 because it'll be a pain to build for it later. They also want the ISO settings, but I don't know why. I don't like non-UTF-8. Everything should be UTF-8. Only ever UTF-8. That's my opinion. We should stick to just UTF-8. And finally, locale gen. Locale gen time. Generating 3 locales. What? Oh, CUTF-8. Which is just the fallback, I guess. That's fine. Okay, system eSelect locale list, eSelect locale set. I'm going to set 4 for English US. And then there's also files you can use. So we're going to do env update and source etsy profile and export ps1 equals root PS1. And again, that just puts all the stuff back in our inventory. So there we are. Cool. That was pretty chill, except for the part where we had to go install an editor. It's 2 hours and almost 20 minutes into the stream. It's almost 6 p.m. my time, and we're about to configure the kernel. All right. Okay. Optional installing firmware microcode. Emerge Linux firmware. Okay, my friend just texted me. He doesn't know what it means to. Yes, I do want to install this. Doesn't know what it means to ruin the retention. Okay, so basically, retention is the ratio of how many people were watching to how long they were watching. Um, so if 0 people are watching, the retention is, well, there's just no value there. If one person logs on and they watch the whole stream, or they stay on for an hour, let's say, then the stream is going for an hour. Then their retention is 1 hour. If a second person comes on, but they only watch for 1 minute, um, then the average watch time is basically what retention is. The average watch time goes down to like 29 and a half minutes because one person watched for an hour and one person watched for 1 minute. So if only one person comes onto the stream and they're only here for a second, then that means that the average watch time is a second. But on a 1 hour stream, that's like less than 1%. So that means that instead of just being a nil value because no one bothered showing up, you showed up and then made it so that this is like the least viewed stream in history. That's not quite how it is, but that's like kind of basically how it is, you know. So yeah, welcome to the stream, anyone who's joining us. We're installing Gentoo Linux, which is a distribution of Linux where you compile all of the software locally on your machine, and it's supposed to make it faster or something, but it basically just takes longer to install, uh, which is kind of a fun meme. And we're just chilling, having a fun time. I'm gonna make some dinner pretty soon. Probably just some ramen, but ramen's good, you know. And yeah, this here is the Gentoo wiki, and this is just a log of whatever we did last. I don't remember. Oh yeah, the firmware. Installing firmware. Once the firmware is installed, which should be in just a second here, we're going to have to install the microcode. Which is, this is an AMD processor, so it's going to be the, should be the AMD microcode package. Oh, wait, no, it says microcode updates for AMD CPUs are distributed within the aforementioned syskernel Linux firmware package, which is what it's installing right now. It's weird that Intel is a separate one then, because I know for Arch Linux, it's, they're both separate packages. Alright, kernel configuration and compilation. There is the automation approach. Distribution kernel. It just does stuff. Least involved process. Okay, we're gonna just use that full automation approach with distribution kernel. There's other ways you can do stuff a different way, but I've never succeeded with that, and I didn't know these were things, so we're just gonna do that. Install kernel. Uh, System deboot does not exist. It doesn't work on this device because it's too old. So we're going to be using grub. So we need the install kernel Gentoo package. This is bad practice, by the way. Don't ever copy paste files, or don't ever copy paste stuff into your terminal. We're just doing this for ease of sake. Normally, the correct way to do this is to write everything out word for word, and that way you have to think about what it all means, which obviously helps in comprehension. If there's something wrong with if they made a typo on the wiki, you'll notice. Is basically the idea. So we've installed the install kernel package, which I guess is going to help us install the kernel. So we can now just, I guess, install the Gentoo kernel. There's also the Gentoo kernel bin package that just downloads binary, but the whole point of Gentoo is to compile, so that's what we're going to do. It's going to compile the kernel. And it's got to install ASCII doc and Dre-cut and dist kernel, but that's fine. So there we go. Kernel installing. And it is 6 o'clock over here where I am. Now, when I was a kid, we always used to have dinner at 7 o'clock. And I thought, man, for a thing that can happen between 6 and 7, it sure often seems to always happen at 7. Um, now my schedule's all messed up anyway, so that's what it is. Do you guys like this music? It's royalty-free music from Amazon. Sorry, from YouTube. Why did I say Amazon? Freudian slip. For some reason, the kernel needs Python. Guess it could have been worse. Could have needed Java, so that's not true. And they're gone. Or not. If you're not gone, say so in chat. I crave attention. Welcome back to the stream. YouTube gives me a viewer count, but it's not super accurate. Because, like, I know some people have spotty internet connections and they'll just forget that they're there, but they're still there. In which case, if your internet connection sucks, then you should do something better than watch a stream. Like, watch something useful. Okay, bye. The kernel is compiled. And that's 2 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. That's quite a bit. Been streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes, and I don't feel a thing. But we're in the thick of it now. We're in the thick of compiling the kernel. Yeah, that fan, that's, that means it's working hard. I'm not sure. There we go. Okay. Okay. It's still going. Still going. This is very slightly boring. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be okay, but we're just going to do with it. Alright. Hi. This is me. This is what I look like, kinda. And, that's my kitchen. Part of my kitchen. Check out the clock there. That clock is a computer. It's a computer. It's a $600 clock, I like to call it, because that's how much the computer was. Okay. So, like, cup there is. So, yeah. While the kernel is compiling, I'm just gonna go ahead and make myself some dinner, or if it can be called dinner, we'll see. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. So, this is cup noodles, chicken, hot garlic chicken flavor. These are a bit more expensive, but I really like the way they taste, so the sacrifice I'm willing to make, basically. Water a little bit up above the fill line for reasons. And 4 minutes. Checking that. Yeah, the microwave is a little bit loud, but it's good. It's a good microwave. It's good to have microwaves. Alright. And now I'm going to do the drink. Now, the way that this works. Shoot. Yeah, I'll just get everything out and show it. So here's okay. That's precarious. So here's the setup. We got a cup to put everything in, and it starts with ice. I do 4 ice cubes. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this ice cube tray is now empty. And if I were more responsible with my time, I would refill it. But I'm not going to do that right now because, yeah. There, still good? We're still good. Okay. Nobody was watching that. I'm safe. Safe. Okay. Friendly reminder that Tripods exist for a reason, and you should try and use them if you've got them, which I do. So anyway, we've got our ice, and next, by the way, it is still compiling back there in the background. Next, I do a little bit of the sweetened lime juice. You could also use regular lime juice, which is probably better, but one time I couldn't find the regular lime juice, so this stuff, and I just put like a centimeter up, a little bit less or more. That's counting the ice. So then, some tonic water. Not to be confused with club soda. This is the stuff with quinine in it. My grandma used to drink it for her leg cramps. I never liked it, and I still don't like it, but I like a little bit of it sometimes. Next, we're going to do 2 sodas. Usually I would do 2 Mountain Dews, but last time I went to the store they had a special on everything other than Mountain Dew, so I just got some strawberry Fanta. And strawberry Fanta's nice because it's strawberry. And the second soda I have here is just the Mountain Dew Voltage. This is a blue flavor. It's blue raspberry or something. Which I looked up, and apparently there are blue raspberries, but the blue raspberry candy flavor is not based on the actual blue raspberries themselves. It's like kind of coincidental a little bit. And all the raspberries I have seen are red. So there we have our 2 sodas, and last but not least, a scoop of Tang powder, and the microwave's about to go off, so I'm gonna panic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, caught it. Give it a fork. Good old stir fry ramen stuff. Garlic chicken flavored. Stir the soda because the tang all sinks to the bottom. I like to add a little something to the ramen to give it just a bit more, I don't know, depth, flavor. I dropped one. Oh dear, I dropped one. What am I gonna do? Okay, we'll do it like that then. Just put a few cheese balls in there and mix them up, and they do get all soggy, but I actually added extra water, and it might sound gross, but it's really not. Okay, I swear. Wonders of living alone, right? Okay, and back to Gentoo. Still compiling. Sorry, just remembering something amusing. Isn't this just Paradise from Coldplay? This song? Like, it totally is, right? But she flew away from me. Paradise, paradise. Oh, 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 oh. Has some nice, good ramen with cheese balls mixed in. Hello, welcome, Justin. Welcome to the Gentoo stream. We're installing Gentoo. It's compiling the kernel. Oh, you use Gentoo. Good for you. I've tried to use it. It's never worked for me, but hopefully this will be the first time. This computer was old, but with the magic of Gentoo, it should make it better. By the way, this live environment is actually Endeavor OS because I didn't feel like downloading the Gentoo CD and also graphics. So that's the situation. Must just missed the part where I fixed myself some dinner, some ramen and some this soda mixture that I like. Again, ARM server and try to make a desktop. Oh boy, good luck. So, what I don't understand is, ramen, yes it is. What is the point of desktops? Because to me it seems like a laptop is there for you. You can take it wherever. If you need it to act like a desktop, you just plug in a keyboard and a monitor and it's a desktop. But like a laptop is so much more personal. Every laptop has a unique feel to it. Every model at least. Like there are people who love ThinkPads. Is there anyone who has ever been in a romantic relationship with some tower PC? No, there isn't. Because the tower PC is just the case and the components. The peripherals are like inherently interchangeable. I/O expansion. USB-C exists, and so anything that you could plug into a desktop, you can also plug into a laptop now, if it's a recent one, which this particular one isn't, but still. I agree that they can, and that it's perhaps easier to implement, and it's been around longer, but in current year, like, unless you are running a simulation of the whole universe, why would you ever bother with a desktop? Graphics cards. External GPUs exist. They plug in they have a separate like power plug, I believe. And you like run a USB-C cable to them, and then a monitor cable out from there, and it just like does the graphics on the fly. I'm not sure exactly what the process is, but I'm sure they're a thing. I've seen them mentioned in like LTT videos and stuff. Did it say rethunk somewhere in there? I find it fun to just try and snag random words out of this text. Oh, this is Riser FS. That reminds me, there was some, Riser FS was a weird case. Let me see if I can find, um, the deal with Riser FS. Because it was one of those bizarre stories that I want to get accurate. Team at Namesys. Okay, which was just his company. The first journaling file system to be introduced to the standard kernel. BetterFS, I believe, is also journaling. Or maybe that's XFS. And it was the default file system in SUSE until they switched to ext3. Namesys went out of business in 2008 after Riser's conviction for murder. Design, performance, usage, criticism. Some directory operations are not synchronous. Ooh. Well, Fisk. OpenSUSE is okay. Arguably. This isn't OpenSUSE though. This is closed. This is Novell's SUSE Linux Enterprise, which is basically closed SUSE. Okay, so he killed his wife. Okay. Wait. I don't know if you're reading this or not. But that's wild. Like, bruh. I didn't know what the history was here. I just was aware, like, oh yeah, the creator of Riser FS killed someone or something like that. But, like, imagine just... Okay, I'll blow it up. Sorry for the, It's... This is I'm streaming off of a phone, which is looking at a pretty bad display, so... That's probably why. Is that better? Or is that better? White background. Let me see if there's a dark mode. Probably not. No, that's just the table of contents. Terminal output's just fine. That makes sense. Wait, this is not Firefox. It just has sync options. Okay, preferences. Garbage dialog. Oh, appearance. Use... I'm not going to put JavaScript there. Oh well. Anyway, it looks like Riser, who created Riser FS, he was working in Russia and selected a woman from a mail order bride catalog. Which, like, how is that a thing? Okay, it seemed... Okay. I could see how that would be a thing, but still, that is, like... Come on, man. Oh! She was an interpreter for the woman he actually ordered. That is, huh? Okay. So it looks like she may or may not have he married the interpreter for his mail order date and made her the CFO of his file system company. Um, and then she may or may not have embezzled from him. Uh, and then they divorced. And because of I don't know, I shouldn't say that. And then I don't know. And then they got into an argument over custody or something, and he he unalived her. How did we get here? I don't want to be here. This is way too dark. But all right, be at soup, man. Be at soup. But yeah, that's the story of how Riser FS came to be and why nobody uses it. OpenSUSE has a lot of stuff like that where like you think it's fine, but then everyone involved with the project just like either hates it or is like a horrible person. I don't know if you guys remember Brian Lunduke. Apparently, he was on the SUSE board for a bit, and he has stories. It's a shame that he moved off YouTube. His little paywalled garden of freedom. I mean, come on. Okay, welcome back from soup. Oh, have you seen the at soup meme? Um, you gotta. I'll play it. I don't care. This YouTuber hasn't uploaded in 10 years. I highly doubt they'll copyright strike me. Uh, I'll just I'll just play their content on my live stream. What are you gonna do? Um, I'm at. But sucks. Um, I'm at soup. Emerge it. Okay. Where's the original? There's the original. Okay. Your browser can't play this. Fuck you. Alright. So we're just gonna copy this, and we're gonna close the browser link, and we're going to go video. We're going to open MPV, and we're going to paste. Okay, we're gonna. gonna drop it into there. Yes. And we're gonna Alt-Tab over to... Oh. And it's gone. MPV's gone. Whatever. Alright, I guess you're never gonna see out soup then. No, damn it. No, you are. Terminal, file, open tab, new tab, MPV. Oh. Just very quickly install YouTube DL, which YouTube doesn't like me talking about. What can they do though? Who cares? Okay. Oh. I can't see. 2, 3, 4, 6. There we go. So we're just gonna play this video in MPV. And it didn't work. Why did it not work? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. It's a quoting thing. No? Seriously? That's dumb. I don't like that. Whatever. It is a hilarious meme, though. It's from... Really, you should watch the whole, well, it's an abridged series of the anime Code Geass, which came out in, like, 2006. The abridging is called Code Ment. That's by the channel Purple Eyes on YouTube. And it's, like... They only abridge the first 16 episodes, but it's pretty fun. They make all the characters, like, dumb. And there's all this random stuff happens. I mean, a lot of random stuff happens in the original show too, which is why it's fun. Lots of old music memes and stuff. And there's a skit where the phrase "I'm at soup" is an important thing. And then the series just keeps going like it didn't happen. What init are you using on Artix? Run it. I use Run it, by the way, because it's the best one. Hope it's not YTP. No, predates that, I believe. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Can you believe it? I sure can't. Man, there's so much stuff just in the Linux kernel. Crazy. Based. I don't have TikTok either. Um, just, I mean, does Reddit count as social media? Does Discord? I do have a Mastodon, but it's pretty chill on there, honestly. I've never had a Twitter. I made a Facebook account once, and it like made what do I call it? So when you make a Facebook account, obviously Facebook knows already has all of your friends' data, so it knows who you are. So it like recommends that you friend all of these other people, and like all of them are people you know or at least are like aware of in your community, and it's just super. You know that feeling when you like. I shouldn't say that. Never mind. No, I'll say it. So sometimes we open incognito mode. Um, Other times we open incognito mode and we're desperate or out of ideas or feeling particularly shitty. And so you're in incognito mode and you search up one of your friends' names or something. And it's like all the things you didn't really need to know about them. Or perhaps you're looking for something that isn't there. And you're glad it's not there, but you're also like kind of annoyed because it like now you did this horrible act for nothing. And that's how it felt just being on Facebook. Like extremely uncomfortable and slimy. And then, of course, it turned out that the thing I had created a Facebook account for didn't actually need a Facebook account. So yeah. Yeah, Discord's a mixed bag. I find that like if I'm in more than one Discord that's active, I just get swamped. Just can't keep up with it. Too much. Yeah, I think Discord counts as a social media because it's social and you're mediating. Well, it's mediating the socialization, right? And that's what social media is. So all right, the ramen was pretty good. Fairly spicy, but that's fine. I was at the store the other day, and I went to the for some reason they put the American ramen and the Japanese ramen on separate aisles. The Japanese ramen is in the Asian section, and the American ramen is like across from the macaroni, which is what it is, I guess. So you go to the Asian section, it's like, okay, I don't really want to buy just trashy generic American ramen again. Wow, I said that. Trashy generic American ramen again. Say that 5 times fast, or don't. Discord, yeah, that's true. Um, I actually recommend Reddit because the way it works on Reddit is you subscribe to, well, a subreddit, which is basically just a topical forum, and then you see everything that's published on that topic, and you can like I'm subscribed to the Emacs subreddit, so there's lots of discussions about like problems people are having or things that they recommend or package announcements, stuff like that, and it's just fun. Yeah, Reddit's there is some dumb stuff on Reddit, but okay, don't have an account. Yeah, I didn't have an account until I made one to upload a meme one time, and then it like didn't get any traction anyway. So I thought, man, this is useless. I'm gonna keep it. And my interests have changed a lot since I made that account. And it was kind of bad because I made it with my real name. My YouTube account was also my real name. It still kind of is, but yeah, all of that stuff is just. Like, what are you gonna do? My stuff isn't that good, but what I have is all. It's all under my real name, and if I were to change it, I would have to. If I were to de-anonymize myself, I would have to, like, give up on all of the things that I enjoy too. And I don't really want to do that because I like the stuff I like. Oh boy, XFS we're installing now. XFS is fun. It's fine. I've never used it. I've heard it's useful on servers and stuff. Yeah, depends where on Reddit you go. There are some subreddits that like actively try to indulge in the brain rot. I think it does rot your brain in a subtler way though. Reddit, like, there's certain it depends because the cycle of like how I use Reddit is I wake up in the morning, and because of my time zone, um, everybody's been posting while I'm asleep, and so there's a whole bunch of posts. Mostly, the biggest sub I'm on is Emacs, and there's usually a whole bunch of Emacs questions that have good answers or packages that already have nice feedback on them and stuff. So don't really bother too much with those, but uh, but then basically, once I run out of stuff that I actually subscribe to, the app takes you to the front page, and you will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy, because the front page of Reddit is it's extremely, yeah, TikTok, Instagram is made to serve short form content. Yeah. The thing with that is like, if it were possible to enjoy that stuff in moderation, it wouldn't make money, right? They wouldn't. Well, I've never understood Instagram in the first place. Like, to me, Instagram is a place for girls to Photoshop themselves uh, when they unnecessarily, it's where you flex the good parts of your life and hide the bad parts and just put this filter over everything. Unironically, r/Instagram reality kind of kind of nails how I feel about that. I mean, I don't go on there much because it's depressing, but like that's what it is. TikTok TikTok I think is a lot like YouTube. And there's just so much stuff on there, and some of it's really good and positive and wonderful and informative, but a lot of it is just garbage. And the difference though is that because TikTok so much shorter form, and also because apparently the whole monetization thing on TikTok is a lot less it's a lot less of a mature ecosystem than YouTube is. So all of the stupidity is like magnified, and it's catering to people with shorter and shorter attention spans. Whereas like YouTube, I'll be honest, most of the videos I watch on YouTube are like hour long at least documentaries or video essays, and you've got your 10-minute Minecraft X whatever is search is trending weird kids mod review thing. And whenever I see one of those in my recommended, I just say don't recommend channel, and they keep popping up because there's more and more of them. Yeah, I'm only subbed to one Minecraft. Actually, no, I unsubbed from them. Uh, yeah, Minecraft is a good game, uh, and a lot of the fan base are pretty chill, but it's like it's the children, and it's the people who seek to exploit the children. That's always what it is, all of the time, mostly financially in this case, fortunately. Because I mean, like making a YouTube video with a clickbait Minecraft thumbnail is like, who is going to click on that? Children, right? So I don't see how it's not financial exploitation of children. Except that the ad revenue model is fundamentally broken, and it's amazing that it's worked for as long as it has. I never understood like how ads can make money. Part of that is that like I've never made money from an ad, so the practicality of it just doesn't register with me. But the other part is that when you like, I'll be honest, I've only clicked on an ad once. How many times have you clicked on an ad? No, you don't have to answer that. Sorry, now I'm like talking to myself. I'm talking to my imaginary viewer. Whenever I like talk to myself, I pretend that there's viewers. It's weird. Never mind. Why did I say that? I wasn't supposed to admit that. You weren't supposed to admit that. Okay. Okay. Pause. Garbage collection. Brain. Initiating. Man, the kernel sure does take a long time to install, doesn't it? Ooh, we're compiling F2FS. I love F2FS. It's a great little file system. And they're gone. That's what happens. You overshare a bit too much and they all run away. That is why my only hope is a cope. I'm curious. What's our CPU like? Aren't there? そういうことか。何もかも吹き込んで想像へ。I say my heaven. Okay. Nobody do anything crazy, okay? I'll be right back. In just a moment. Okay, what are we compiling now? GPU stuff. Don't care. Welcome to the stream, anybody who's joined us. I had to step out for a bit, just a few minutes, but I'm back now. Might have to step out again in about 45, but yeah, not a big deal, I don't think. We'll see. We're just compiling the kernel of Gentoo, which is fine. I really should have done the binary kernel. Shouldn't have I? I could probably just cancel this now and it'll be fine, but oh well. I opened up a task manager. Look at where we are. What? The memory went down? How dare you? Whatever. Tis what it is. Diff show? Okay. And we've been streaming for 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's a lot. I'm excited. Sorry about that, just finishing up my drink. That's the thing about Gentoo, it's like kind of boring. I wonder how far the way through this kernel we are. Motorola 68,000. Ooh. Neat. I'll look that up. It's something to do. Not in Motorola. Not that. Wikipedia is usually pretty good, except for light mode, of course. Oh, 68K. One of those. Wait, so it has 16-bit math and 32-bit registers. Weird. Okay, it was one of the original computers to have a GUI. Neat. So what's the... Huh. Wonder when the newest one was made. Have you seen, apparently there was, I haven't checked on it in a while, but there is like a Kickstarter or something to make a PowerPC netbook. Let me actually... PowerPC netbook. And the idea was you could install Gentoo on it, and it would just be this little... Maybe it was supposed to be notebook. Open source PowerPC notebook edges closer. Let's see what this article says. So they're trying to make a new open source laptop with a PowerPC CPU, as you can see there. And they're actually got some prototypes out, which is cool. And the chip they're using is this Coral, which is apparently decently powerful. So that's cool. It's taking forever to load though. There it goes. What does it say? Yeah. It's got 8 virtual cores. Lower... Yeah, x86, it's phenomenally inefficient. I gotta say, as much as Apple sucks and we all hate them, I bought a refurbished M1 Mac from eBay, and it is like... It is insanely good. The hardware, I mean. I installed Asahi Linux on it because, of course. And Asahi Linux has only been getting good. Let's see if they have an update. They sometimes do, and often don't. And sometimes major things will happen, and they'll just never bother blogging about it. There should be a better means of news. I do also follow them on Mastodon, of course. Yeah, they got the GPUs working. Don't like Apple Walled Garden. Well, I'm sorry, but that take is like very... How do you say this? It's so obvious and understandable that it borders on cliche. Nobody likes Apple's Walled Garden. I mean, except for the normies that do, but like, I don't know that they count. So like, of the thing about M1, the Apple Silicon computers in particular, is there's actually very little that's problematic about them, other than coming with Mac OS and being unupgradable. They are fantastic devices, and like being unupgradable is a pretty big deal. But like, on the other hand, I got the Air, which doesn't have a fan because the just the metal chassis of the computer itself is an adequate heatsink for the processor. So there's, oh, you know, if you want ability upgrade. USB-C, man, it's the future. And kind of the present even. But yeah. I guess if you do want to be able to just like directly upgrade. That's the one thing I can say that was good about this laptop mostly. This, they were breaking the framing device. The L655D, by the way, check that out. Physical CD slot. It's connected with a SATA connector. It's like SATA plus a little bit, I believe. This computer, man, every piece comes off. I have upgraded the screen. I have upgraded the RAM of the SSD of the hard drive. Of course, I swapped it to an SSD. I replaced that CD caddy with a hard drive bay, and then put it back when the hard drive bay broke because it was from Wish.com. But hey, it worked for a year, and a year was exactly how long I needed it to work, so it was perfect. It was $5 on Wish.com for a plug and play hard drive caddy for this computer, and it was worth it. It was so worth it. Everywhere else was like between $15 and $50. It was like, no, $5 on Wish.com. It's a piece of plastic that's the right shape, and it's got the little connections that are also the right shape, and that's all it needs to be and all it needs to do, and it just does it. Perfect, wonderful. But yeah, I replaced the screen. I didn't know how screens worked or screen connectors worked internally, so I just got another screen of the same resolution, which is a 1366 by 768, which 4chan thinks is the best resolution, but I'm a little bit out. I'm partial to 1080 myself. 1080 and then scale everything up, so that way you're not actually running out of pixels, but because like plain 1080, things get a little small, in my opinion. And I absolutely do not believe in going over 1080 or the 1920 by 1080, because that MacBook, everything else is like pretty sleek and smooth, but on the screen it's got fantastic color range, but everything is just so small. And of course, macOS just upscales everything too much, so it's like a little baby's operating system. Um, but then when you install Asahi Linux, it's like everything is tiny because it doesn't bother with that. And on top of it, GNOME doesn't allow for fractional scaling. Like it does, but it's like disabled. And in order to enable it, you have to like do this weird system file shuffleroo thing. And I did it, and I can see why they disable it because it's all blurry. It's a good thing to switch to Hyperland. Hyperland, by the way, Hyperland is fantastic. I'm in this for the long haul. I'm gonna be streaming until Gentoo is fully installed on this computer. Control W. On the one hand, I could just get the binary kernel. On the other hand, I could wait for it to finish compiling. What do you think I should do? Wait until it finishes compiling. Have you heard of the RK3588? I have not. Is it? No. Realtek? I've heard of something that started with RK. RK38. Doesn't ring a bell. I'll be honest, I'm not super into hardware, especially game consoles. I'm super not into console hardware. Don't care. The only real game I play is Terraria. Ooh, ARMOS. It's one of those guys. The Raspberry Pi replacements. So the thing about here's my take on the Raspberry Pi and its mini what do you call it? Imitators. literally just if you know anyone who has a spare laptop, or you go dumpster diving, you can find a better computer with that will probably do everything that you wanted it to do twice as fast. Maybe for the some of the more powerful ones like that RK thing, you could uh, you could make the argument that they're like surprisingly fast, but still like when you get one of those, now you gotta mount it somewhere. You gotta or get a case for it at least. You gotta plug in a keyboard on a monitor and maybe a mouse. You got to do all this stuff. And it's like, okay, but if you just dug up an old laptop from the ether, it already has all of that stuff built in. So I don't understand quite the why. I did actually buy a Raspberry Pi Zero. I have it right here, in fact. Let me pull it out. There we go. Yeah, I have a Raspberry Pi Zero. I was going to use it for a project, but the project never quite came together. It was going to be like a little Linux handheld PC in the shell of a TI-84 calculator. The problem with that is that, well, the keyboard doesn't match up. Ooh. Oh. Okay. I was getting a little excited there. I guess that's the difference, though. I don't get things that can't be packaged up. They're continuous. So you want to make a cyber deck. Yes, basically. What I like about, well, it depends what is a cyber deck, because the reason I like laptops is because there's an intimacy to them. It's right there. It's all integrated. It's got character. It's like an organism with different organs. It can a decent laptop can be your best friend in a much more real way than a desktop, in my opinion. And to relegate a laptop to the role of a desktop, which I have done over there. I might have doxed myself. Who cares? I've already doxed myself too many times already, so what's one more? But no, to relegate a laptop to the role of desktop is in some ways to say, hey, you're retired. But it's like, it's a fine retirement. It's not that's a sign that they're still good. It's like, well, that's the difference between humans and machines, right? Like a machine, you keep using it till it dies. A human, you like at least try to respect their time. Like, so for a human to work them till they die, that would be, yeah, that would be horrible. But for a computer to work it till it dies, that's a sign that you respect it, right? It's a sign that like this wonderful companion of yours, that you want it to live out its life of service to the fullest. That's just what I think. But yeah, a laptop and a phone are both kind of they're converging onto something. And okay, so when I was in high school, I would program on my calculator. I didn't know how it worked until my friend showed me, because they made like a quadratic formula solver, which I thought was pretty cool. They showed me how to do it, and then I forgot, but then I ended up re-implementing it, which was fine. They actually made, this was insane, okay? They made a program on the calculator that would solve a system of 3 equations. with the three variables, which, if you don't remember, basically like x plus 2y plus 3z equals 5, and then two other equations in a similar format. And then you have to like isolate one variable and then substitute the other ones, or like try and do like add one equation to the other and let a variable cancel out or something, and just go down all of the rabbit holes to solve it. I know it usually takes like 10 or so steps of non-trivial conversion. But anyway, there's this one method of solving just systems of equations in general, where you convert the different parts of the equation to a matrix, and then you do matrix math, like very simple, understandable matrix math. I mean, for matrix math, which is just dumb, but for some reason it works. It's a useful way to think about it, I guess. You do matrix math on those parts of the equations, and it spits out the values. And so he made a program that would ask you for all of the number values in that equation template, and it would do the matrix math, or it wouldn't actually like make matrices as, because those calculators, they had a matrix data type that you could like create and assign if you wanted to, but we didn't bother with that. Just thought of the variables as parts of matrices and did the appropriate math to them, and it would spit out your answers for x, y, and z. It's fantastic. Little program. Almost ran out of variables too. Because the thing with that is that in TI Basic, which is the language of the Texas Instruments graphing calculators, you only have 27 variables, which are, of course, the 26 letters of the alphabet and theta. Because, I don't know, theta, the angle measurement. Also, man, I miss TI Basic. I mean, I don't miss it, but I miss being able to think that hard. Because in TI Basic, you don't get multi-line if statements. I never knew that there were multi-line if statements. The way that you do it is that you use the then keyword, which is in a menu somewhere, and I never quite grasped the syntax of it, so I would always just put a go to after the if. That's right, go to. Go tos are fun, we should bring them back. Everybody clowns on go to, like, oh, imagine the code needing to know its own line numbers. But no, it's like, that's not how go to worked in TI Basic. You would make a label, which is like the opposite of go to. And so, like, say a label A, and then just go to A. And then it would jump to label A, and it would run whatever code was directly after it. And that was nice. You could do semi-complicated loop programming. I made a little animation with the DVD logo where it would bounce around the screen, and sometimes it would almost hit the corner, and like every frame it would change color. Oh, I can't remember if I ever implemented it or not, where it would only change color if it hit the side. But I'm thinking about that is how the DVD logo works. Probably should have done that. Oh well. I don't have that calculator anymore. I gave it away. Missed opportunity. It was actually, I'm talking about like a single calculator, but it was three. I had an 84. Sorry, no. I had an 83. Uh, and then I I disassembled it and I tried to like remove the polarization filter off. Um, because I just learned about polarization filters and I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I want one. And it was like, and then they said, "Oh yeah, there's one in your calculator." It's like, sweet, I'm gonna steal the polarization filter off of my calculator. And the calculator did not survive the process, nor did the polarization filter, making the whole thing useless. Still have an HP 48s using high school. Yeah, what do you think of it? Have you what's your thought on the calculator brand wars? Because at my school, everybody who cared liked TIs, and then Casio was clowned on, and like basically nobody had an HP. I did actually buy a Casio once. I went to the office store, and they had an ad. It was like the Casio FXG whatever 3 now with Python. It's like, oh, hey, that's a real programming language. That's what I thought. Calculator Wars. I never had that. Wow. Um, I wouldn't say you're lucky. It wasn't, but it wasn't a war really. It was. I'd describe it as more of, well, not a meta, but like it was just something like, because for algebra 2 and up, they require you to have a calculator, and I think algebra 1 as well. They require you to have a calculator, uh, a graphing calculator specifically, because the textbook assumes that you have a graphing calculator, which whatever is what it is. Middle class lifestyle creep, whatever. Um, so you go to the office store. If you didn't know any better, you would probably buy a TI because they look better. They've got more. So what you're saying is you would ever have the. Hang on, sorry. Hang on. Show me the chat. Saying whatever had the coolest calculator. I don't know about that. Our school was very um, puritanical. Kind of overstates it, but you know how like it wasn't like that, but if it were like that, then it would be, if that makes sense. Not like whoever had the coolest calculator, but like there was for the people who cared about calculators, it was a big deal. I guess that goes without saying. Yeah, if anybody got any head, it was it was hidden very well from me. I'll just say that. Um, and I did at certain points have the coolest calculator by far. My school was tiny though. It was a private school, so if anything happened, everybody would know about it. Everybody knew what kind of calculator everybody else had. Um, but yeah, I feel a little bit bad because I and a few other people would like lightly bully Casio users because the way that it worked was so TI is like the Apple of calculators, except their stuff is good. High school with 2,000 people. Wow, there were. My school was K through 12, and there were a total of like 160 students. My graduating class was just me and one other person. I'm not kidding. Oh, you're still here. Yes, I am still here. Welcome to the stream. We're compiling Gentoo. I'm not going to stop till we're done compiling Gentoo. This is the kernel that's taking place right now. Yes, wow. I'm not sure how this is gonna work, but I've got Mountain Dew, so we're gonna just stay up as long as it takes. And maybe a bit longer if I feel like it. Who knows? It's that's that might be who knows in Japanese. I'm not sure. That's how they sub it, but when you look it up on Google Translate, that's not what it says. Then again, Google Translate is not always right, so maybe I should ask ChatGPT. Guard, I mentioned ChatGPT already. We're what, 4 hours into the stream? Hey, 4 hours, that's probably a record, I'm not counting. Although I could just pull up my YouTube page and... Yeah. No. Okay, it looks like I started the music 10 minutes into the stream because we're on like 3 hours and 49 minutes through the 12-hour background music. I am happy with that, I suppose. So, I put out a tweet on Mastodon that I'm streaming 3 hours ago, and nobody joined from there probably. So, I'm gonna boost it. When you boost, it's like retweeting, apparently, which I don't know what that is because I've never used Twitter, but basically anybody who is following you will see that now. That's how it works. And as far as I know, because Mastodon doesn't have an algorithm, it works in chronological order. So whoever you're following that boosted something last, it's the first thing you'll see. The most recent posts appear on top. So the most recent, if I boost something now, and all of my followers check it now, the first thing they'll see is my boosted post. But you can only boost something once. Except you can just click the boost button again and unboost it. And then when you unboost it, it's it remains boosted to all the people who saw it. Didn't see it. Okay, we just had a minor lag spot. Are we back? Yes, we're back. Cool. My phone's at 44% streaming from the phone. I'm surprised how high that is. It was 41 for like an hour, and now it's at 44. So maybe by the time the kernel finishes compiling, we'll get to 50. It is charging. It's on a fast charger actually, but live streaming just uses so much energy. Okay. Oh, that's compiling the NVIDIA drivers. No, it's compiling. Oh, it's compiling multiple things, I guess. Surely it's almost done. Wait, 2 hours and 10? I thought it was 4. I wait. I definitely remember it being 5, and I think I remember it being 3. There's no way I've only been streaming for 2 hours and 10 minutes. What are you on about, YouTube, Usotsky? Oh, wow. It's good to stream. It's good to just kind of be. It's good to waste your time. My aunt says start streaming 4 hours ago. Cool. Yeah, mine said that too up until a couple minutes ago, and then it started saying 2. Maybe maybe the app just isn't prepared to deal with this. So I wanted to check Discord, but my phone is using my phone is busy streaming, and the last couple times I've app switched, YouTube has said, "Oh, we're reconnecting." So that leads me to believe that if I were to leave it for too long, I would just lose the stream, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm doing something I haven't done for like 2 years probably. I'm installing Discord on my desktop, which is actually a laptop because of course it is. Viva the laptop. Wait, that's not how. What is it? Did you know in the ancient days, Discord started as a browser-only app? Yeah, it still is, Ibaka. It's just a browser app in Electron. That doesn't mean it's not just a browser app. Also, this is totally running in X Wayland. I'm just happy it remembered me. Okay. Wow. Okay. Gone. Gone. Gone, gone. Gentoo remains. Gentoo remembers. Gentoo continues to exist for all. Okay. Nothing nothing interesting happened on Discord. I'm gone. I did remember who I was though. I guess because my dot files are just still there. Kind of miss high school. I feel that in high school, like yeah, there was schoolwork and stuff, but I had friends in high school. I didn't have to worry about the future. I didn't have to pay money to live, right? Had people to talk to. Now I send my friends from high school memes, and sometimes they respond. I've I've lost touch with most of them, and the ones I haven't lost touch with, I'm like too embarrassed to like interact with that much. Like we go out to dinner every few months, but like just what am I supposed to say? Part of it for me too is that um, we were a Catholic school, and I was pretty devout because I'm autistic, and I think um, that's kind of how people still see me, and that's not quite accurate. That's a little bit backwards, in fact, because I stopped going to church. I've been reading too much Reddit. I don't know what to believe anymore. So, yeah. Oh, so there's this. No, not that. Never mind. Checksum. I'm doing checksum for. Okay, it's doing NVIDIA and IPv6. Well, this is kind of a mood. 4 hours and 20 minutes. It doesn't mean anything. Nothing at all. That's fine. Still doing Nouveau drivers. I should have gone through the use flags and disabled all of these things that I don't care about, but also, if I did that, something would break and this would take even longer, so we're just gonna sit here and deal with it. Does laser work? So, yes. Check that out. See that? I'm getting nervous. I found this channel on YouTube who like reviews extremely powerful lasers and like I gotta say that shit gets scary. And he's so like chill about it too. It's like even just this tiny little red laser, like when I shine it on me, I can feel my skin getting very slightly warmer. I can feel the radiation just a tiny bit. I'm not sure if that's placebo, but whatever it is, it's pretty crazy. Don't you think? Okay. Don't want to run down the battery on it though. Yeah. Not sure how I ended up with that one. It's not the one I used to have. Oh well. What else is interesting? I'm running out of things to be interested in. In case you couldn't tell, this is about the time that I would stop the stream if I got the chance. I wonder if there's anything useful to do with this little iPod. It's got a lightning port and a headphone jack. Let's see, what kind of iPod is it? A1446. Let me actually look this up. Now I'm curious. iPod A1446. See if there's a better name for it. Okay, they've got a bunch of replacement batteries. It is an iPod Nano. Yeah, it's an iPod Nano 7th generation. So yeah, Nano 7 Linux. I want to see if I can install Linux on this little iPod. It's possible to transfer music with Ubuntu, but there are no hacks or jailbreaks for it. There's also no music player that supports the Nano 7G, such as Amarok or Rhythmbox. Transfer music. Manjaro, go away, Manjaro. Nobody likes you. Okay. Linux even no. I don't care about making it talk to Linux. I just care about installing Linux. So iPod Nano 7 install Linux. See if it says anything. Can I put minus sync? I don't want any results that say, okay, installing iPod Linux on the iPod Nano. Oh, this is from 2006. Probably a little bit old. iPod Linux project site. Today I learned that's a thing. This site looks old though. It's like old time wiki. Recent blogs, 2007. Yeah, I kind of doubt that's gonna work. iPod Loader 2 on GitHub. Bootloader for classic iPods. Oh, updated 2022. But those are only classic iPods. This is not. Wait, hang on. Nano second generation. Yeah, no. No, because this is a Nano 7. FreeMyIPod.org. What can I do? What can I do with my iPod Nano 6 or 7? Nothing other than help us find vulnerabilities to get code execution on them. Shoot. Well, okay, preliminary U-boot port to the Nano 5G. Cool. That was 2021, and then no iPod since. Okay, so it looks like I'm not going to be installing Linux on this damn little iPod, which is a little bit unfortunate. But, I mean, what does it matter? Wait, how did I even obtain this thing? It must have been my dad's. He probably just forgot to claim custody of it when we parted ways. I also bought this little SanDisk clip jam. That's what it's called, clip jam. At Best Buy in like 2019. Still exists. And I can hold a micro SD card of up to however many gigs. And it's not turning on because the battery's probably dead because it's been sitting in my bag for coming someone knows how long. What else interesting do I have? I got some Emacs logo stickers, but those don't matter. Oh, Windows XP. I have a Windows XP disk. Check that out. If you look very closely, it says Windows XP Home Edition. There you go. For distribution with a new PC only, the certificate of authenticity label should be attached to your PC. For product support, contact the manufacturer of this PC. Version 2002. And it's even got a product key on the front. Nice. Yeah, new ones there might be like an I account thing that they have. I don't know though. It's just like pretty sure they're like it's just a slave device to whatever computer has iTunes on it. So it really depend on that. All right, 4 hours and 30 minutes, probably, maybe. Again, YouTube's saying 2 hours now, so I don't know what to believe. But still, that's a decently long time. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, my time. Also, we should all just switch to UTC. Just do away with the time zones, the daylight savings. Just all global time, at the same time. And that way, we'll be okay. Also, fun fact, leap seconds are a thing. It's 12 where I'm at. What's 12? Actually, you don't have to answer that. I don't. Oh, 12 at night. It must be in America. 12 in 12 in the day must be uh, Asia. 12 a.m. I don't know which one that is. That doesn't help at all. AM and PM are meaningless for 12s. It's literally just they literally just picked them at random, and I refuse. I refuse to understand the distinction. Like, say noon or midnight. Those are the only things that mean anything. But also, they don't really mean anything because, like, if 12 were midnight, if 12 were midnight, it wouldn't be 12. East Coast US. Yeah, that makes sense. East. Yeah, wow. Man. It's wild, right? Like that the US exists. Just like the reality of it. I find it, well, I don't know, like you grow up in school, you take it for granted is what it is, but like, well, see, I'm in Alaska and I've lived here all my life, and in Alaska there's like very little history. The pretty so here's the complete history of Alaska, I guess. In the way before time, some nomadic hunter-gatherer peoples may or may not have crossed over from Russia into Alaska over the land bridge to populate the American continents, and that might be where Native Americans come from. It might also not be, and that might have happened several times in prehistory. Um, anyway, then nothing happened for thousands of years, uh, and then in the 1700s, the Russians were expanding into Siberia, because Russia, like you look at the globe, the globe or the map, and you see Russia, and it's like the top half of Asia is just all Russia, but the thing is like Russia is basically just a European country that happens to have a ton of extra land. It's like very sparsely populated. So they were just reaching out to the right, basically. They said, you know what? How far does the map go? Let's just draw a line and just say it's all ours. And so that's what they did. And so Siberia, and they extended it out to Siberia to the tip of Asia, and uh, this guy Bering, which is where the Bering Sea is named after. He was I forget what he was doing. Maybe he was like trying to sail to Korea or something. But sailed he sailed east past the tip of Russia and landed on an island near Alaska. and he died, and his crew finally, like, they had to like rebuild the ship out of the broken parts of the other ship, and they returned to Russia, and the mission was a total bust, whatever it was, but they brought back an otter pelt. Uh, Otters are they're scruffy little guys. They have extremely dense fur. They live in the ocean and they float because their fur is so dense that it traps air inside, which also keeps them warm, despite living in the ocean. So these otters, the Russians were like, "Hey, there's a piece of land over there. We should uh, we should colonize it and assimilate the natives into our culture and hunt the otters to extinction to drive up the price of so we can own all of the otter pelts and sell them for ridiculous amounts of money to European aristocrats." And so that's about what they did. But they never like explored like the interior of Alaska or anything. And they brought the Orthodox Church over, so there's some of the churches here are old Russian Orthodox churches. There's some amusing architecture there. Also, just a lot of just generally sadness and pain and alcoholism. That's the thing. For whatever reason, because the uh, yeah, as far as I know, so Europe, so white people, Europeans, have been drinking alcohol for thousands of years because it was the only thing safe to drink. It was the easiest, safest thing to drink. It was the meta. And so now, alcohol is a drug, and it makes you drunk when you drink it. But with enough generations uh, of of evolution, just microevolution within the species, there the effects become a lot less. You have kind of a genetic immunity to it. But the native Alaskans don't have that. So it's extremely easy for them to get addicted to alcohol, like way more than for people of European descent or other places. And that's been like a serious societal problem here. Um, to this day, most of the homeless people in Anchorage are of native descent, and it's like I don't know. It's a serious social issue, and it's not really for me to commentate on. But like, what are you gonna do? Anyway, history of Alaska. Then civil war happened in America, and right before that actually. Yeah, no. I'm trying to think what the order of events was because Seward, who bought Alaska, was Lincoln's Secretary of State, I believe, and yeah, Russia. So America wanted peace with Russia. They wanted Russia off their backs. Um, the Lincoln administration wanted Russia off their backs before the Civil War could happen because of stuff that was going on in Europe with, I guess, the French and British. So I think Britain had already mostly abolished slavery by that point. Uh, but the concern was that somewhere in the weird web of alliances, somebody if part of America tried to rebel against the other part, a foreign power would have backed them, and that would have been pretty bad. So, in order to, and also in Russia at that point, they realized that they had seized all of this land. And it's like, what are you going to do with it all? Like, Siberia is huge. Alaska is also huge. And, like, you're not cramming it full of people. You're not putting factories there. You're not mining stuff. It's just this big frozen patch of nothing. Um, and so the Russians figured, all right, we've got too much to deal with. We need to make nice with the Americans right now. Um, and so they sold Russia to the United States. Or sorry, they sold Alaska to the United States. Could you imagine if they just sold all of Siberia to the U.S.? Hi, welcome to the stream if you're just joining us. Um, Today we're installing Gentoo. This is the kernel compilation, the Linux kernel, and it is compiling as it has been for the past probably over an hour at this point. It's fun. Um, right now, I'm on like a tangent of a tangent, and one of those tangents is the history of Alaska. So, uh, yeah, in whatever year it was, um, we should have taken Canada too. Well, okay, the Canada thing. Canada was Canada French? I know it was settled by the French, but it's under the English crown. See, the thing about Canada, it's just, well, okay. I don't want to agree that we should have taken Canada, and I certainly don't see much merit in taking Canada now at this point. But because Canada has less people, it's got a much lower population density than the lower 48. But it also is, well, it's what it's. Canada is already basically just America light. Like, they need us. Like, there are. I'm not gonna lie, I went through a period of time where I didn't want to be where I was here, and I thought, if I were to run away from home, uh, could I get to another part of the U.S. without any ID checks? And there are unregulated border crossings between Alaska and Canada, and between Canada and the lower 48. So you could do it. But if you wanted to bring anything with you, like, no, you can't. Because, like, to get to some of the places in the bush where the crossings are, like, you can't get there by road, so you'd have to take a plane, for which you would have to show your ID, which would kind of defeat the point of going by land anyway. At that point, just spend a couple other extra $100 and buy a plane ticket to Seattle and then walk from there. Um, and that idea wasn't really practical, and I scrapped it. But like, it's crazy how little security there is there, um, especially given like the whole Mexico thing, the build a wall stuff. Like, I'm not going to get into that. Obviously, way too political. But like, just the fact that that would be a concern. The Mexican border is a concern. The Canadian border is not a concern. Nobody cares about the Canadian border with the US. And that's kind of chill. See, sometimes I think maybe Canada is just a puppet regime of the US. I keep saying US. Our puppet regime. US, us. There is so much land along the US Canadian border tomorrow. I guess, but it's not. Uh, like the Canadians are chill. You seen there's this YouTuber, Casually Explained, great channel. He calls Canada America Light, which I think is pretty fitting. And there's a lot of but yeah, then America bought Alaska, and then there was a gold rush, and everybody went to Alaska to buy gold. Buy a 12 gauge. It's a gun, isn't it? Now I bother. Okay, on the whole guns thing, I don't want to get political, but like, okay, here's a thought. Sorry, I just had I so all right, my friend texted me back about the whole like if you join a stream for a second, it like lowers the viewer retention ratio or whatever. So thanks for apologizing, Baro. It's okay. It's Daijobu, bro. Okay. Yeah, the on the guns thing, the line is guns don't kill people, people kill people. And there's the YouTuber who said very very hilariously, and people kill guns. Gun lives matter. Which is just wonderfully absurd. I love it. But more seriously, like having a gun up here isn't about like you see on the front page of Reddit all of these like weird hick Christian nationalist Republican voters with their their gun Christmas tree with their tiny children posing with gigantic guns in front of the Christmas tree, and it's like that's that's just absolutely weird and misplaced and ridiculous in my opinion. But like it shouldn't be a big deal to have one to protect yourself from the animals. Like we get moose, we get bears. If you the further away from civilization are, the more likely it is. But like even in downtown Anchorage, there's a street called Northern Lights, and if you drive up and down it for like half a day, you're bound to see a moose. There's no two ways about it. You are going to see a moose if you go down that street. There's always a moose somewhere along the street. And it's only like 10 or so miles long, I think. Yeah, something like that. Because it goes from the airport, which is at the south end of town, to the very north end. No, like yeah, there's moose everywhere. I mean, everybody's had a moose. They've seen a moose in their yard. Most people who have gone out hiking have seen a moose in the woods. They're just around, and they're big creatures, and they're chill unless you happen to piss them off somehow, and then they're really not. And then what are you gonna do if you don't have a gun? And you can climb a tree; they'll just knock it over, maybe. Bears, bears are a different deal, and it depends on the type of bear. We get both grizzly bears and black bears. I usually mostly see black bears. They're smaller. Grizzly bears, grizzly bears are the bigger kind. And then there's Kodiak bears. Now Kodiak is an island to the south of us, a little, or not that little, little compared to the rest of Alaska. So like like 50 times the size of Rhode Island still. But but Kodiak is this island with nothing but bears on it. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There's a few humans there. There's a Walmart there, and one time the what was the name of the rapper? Was it DJ Khaled or the other guy? The Kodak. There was a meme where one of his songs is like take a picture with my Kodak, and then he rhymed it with Kodak again. Beat Kodak as in like the brand of camera, and then he did a poll of like, hey, where should I want to. He did a poll as like a collaboration with Walmart, like, hey, where should I go? I want to perform at a Walmart, and Walmart said, let's let the internet decide, and the internet decided to send this celebrity to Kodiak Island. And so he went to the Walmart on Kodiak Island, an island with probably about 1,000 people and a million giant bears. Like seriously, so the Kodiak bears, they're they're your standard brown or grizzly bears, which are like basically the same, but they're twice the size. There's a phenomenon uh, in tropical islands, like you see in the South Seas, where uh, animals will become like pygmies, where evolution makes them smaller because of lack of resources and competition and stuff. With the black bears on Kodiak, the literal exact opposite thing happened. There's brown bears on Kodiak. So the Kodiak bears are just these ginormous monsters, uh, which is kind of hilarious, if I'm honest. Like they're just they're just huge, and people live there. So yeah, he went to Kodiak Island, and he did a concert in the Walmart there, and the entire population came, and they had a great time, and it was pretty chill somehow. That's great. That's just great. Little heartwarming stories like that. Oh right, that was a tangent. Guns. People kill guns. Uh, yeah, what was I gonna say? Like, some people are gun nuts. They like care about types of guns and modding their guns and everything. And my dad is into that. Um, and I'm not in, I don't like to be into any of the things that he's into, so I'm not into it. That's kind of how I decided where my stance on that would be. I don't see like I don't think you're a bad person if you own a gun. I don't think you're a bad person if you don't own a gun. I don't think you're I think you might be a little bit irresponsible here at least if you don't own a gun. And I don't own a gun, so I'm being a little bit irresponsible, but I don't really intend to be in that situation. I'm an inside person, and if I'm going to be outside, it's going to be with someone who does have a gun. So like, excuse me. This is unfortunate. Okay, is this stream still working? Is there is we good, Deska? Because I just took a phone call on the phone that's doing the streaming, and I'm not sure how that would work. Canadians have guns, though. Like, I don't know. Of the Canadian YouTubers that I watch, or have watched, about half of them have had guns. So, I mean, they don't have an army, apparently, or as much of one, but, oh, yeah, like, I don't know, like, the way the way it's been presented to me to be into guns, to be a gun collector, connoisseur, tinkerer. It's a hobby, um, but it's never been a pleasant hobby to me. Like you got it's they're cold and they make your hands stink, and they cost money, and you're like if you want to get good, you gotta shoot. You gotta go to the range and practice, and then you're wasting money on bullets. It's like if you don't want to get good, then you're just have a thing that you don't know how to use, and that's way more dangerous. And so it's like, yeah, it's a tool like any other, and there's but like so is a car, and like you wouldn't say that a person in a car is just a person, or it's not just a car. It's a car person. It's a person in a car doing doing things that neither a car nor a person could do on their own. When you're in a car, the amount of distance that it seems realistic to travel goes way up. It's like it's like a god mode of sorts. It's a power that's bestowed on you by virtue of just having this thing. Let me turn this brightness down. The sun is leaving the sky. It's 8:30 and it's still mostly light out. That's nice. Man, the solar system is, or the night cycle here is whack. In winter, it's only light for like 2 or 3 hours, or in the depths of winter. It's only light for 2 or 3 hours. In the depths of summer, it's only dark for 1 hour, which is like 3 a.m. Like you get up at midnight and it's like basically completely like you can still see everything just fine. You don't need sunglasses, but you can see everything. At that time of year, you would need sunglasses at 8 p.m. And you get up at 7 a.m. and the sun is like at the top of the sky and it'll be there all day, kind of thing. Like it's noon all day, which is crazy. Um, but but then in winter it'll be midnight all afternoon or close to it. Um, but like some people get affected by it. Like it's called seasonal affective depression, which is abbreviated SAD, which mm, I think like calling it sad is a bit too cute. Like it's the sort of thing that a educational program for 4 year olds would tell you. But it's never really bothered me that I've been able to notice. At least it's just yeah, some parts of the year there's a lot more sun than other parts, and that's fine. I don't care. I hate everything anyway. I mean, actually, honestly, not though. Like, so the whole like is life even worth living thing. Yes, because at the very least, to cease to live would be a big old hassle. That was the decision that I came to when it was a serious concern for me, and now that it's not anymore, I'm pretty happy with my decision. Still building. Oh, F9, F10K, Ethernet. Okay, just basically it's just doing all the internet drivers. That's that's a thing. Oh boy. Did you hear my phone call by the way or not? 5 hours. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I've been sitting in this chair for almost 5 hours. That's impressive. And for the majority of that time, maybe even now, the kernel has been compiling. Gotta love that compilation. I'm just glad somebody showed up to the stream, man. It was lonely. So lonely. I mean, like it was nice I could talk about whatever, but no matter how many people are watching, I can still talk about whatever. It's just there might be consequences eventually. But there's just so much interesting stuff out there. There's so much cool software, hardware, nature even. I mean, nature gets annoying pretty fast if you spend any time out there, but like just as a thing you appreciate from afar, it's pretty cool. Thanks for being glad to be on here. All I'm Thanks. It is nice talking to I mean, so the thing is, of course, this whole deal with the parasocial relationships that online content creators don't know their fans as well as their fans know them, and that can get just like inherently creepy, or it it gets rather fraught is the idea. And I do enjoy chatting with you as just like a random person who's chosen to use their time to hang out with me on the internet. But also like I feel this tension because like I'm the one laying myself bare. I'm a content I hate the phrase content creator out of principle, but it's more like I just kind of vaguely dislike the implication that what I'm creating is content, or that I'm even creating anything. Like, I am nowhere near any of the people I follow. But, like, because I have all that context of, like, knowing what they've said about this stuff, especially getting started, everybody's got advice. It's like, I don't want to be. I mean, I don't want to make any unfortunate decisions, obviously, but like the way that manifests is like it's the same sort of thing as like, can you be friends with your boss or your manager or whatever? No, you can't, because the power dynamic there is not equal, and it's not equal in that area. Like, you can be friends with somebody else's boss even if you're at like the lowest rung, but that's different. I mean, like, if they're not your boss, then you can be friends no matter where you are in life. But like, if they're directly, if they can just order you to do something, or they can cut your pay if they don't like something you said, then like that friendship is broken, and it's like inevitably broken, right? So can even, I don't think that it's appropriate to call that a friendship. Maybe there's a little bit of companionship there or something. One of the parts of friendship can be there. My last manager guy was, I mean, I say manager, he only managed me and one other person, kind of, but really mostly just me. We were the only two people who would actually show up to the office all the time. Um, and he's an older guy. He's seen everything. He's been done all this stuff. He's got all these cool stories about how the world used to be, how he changed it, all of this fascinating real life lore. And I tell him about stuff that I'd seen on the internet and experiences that I'd had and things that I found were interesting. And we were both into computers, but from very, he was a Microsoft guy, I'm a Linux guy. And so just chatting about kind of the stuff there, it was fun, and we would go out and we would get lunch and talk and stuff. And but like at the end of the day, he can fire me. He can he can admonish me. He can say, Mitch, you're not doing a good job. Um, you've got to step it up, or things will happen. And I can't just say, well, John, you're not being good to me. Like, I gotta like, you know, it's very it's we were pretty chill with each other most of the time, but still, like, the fact of that relationship is just fraught. And so to be that, uh, like the whole parasocial YouTubers, streamers things, audience stuff, it's like I know I'm not there, but I don't want to be there, and so I'd rather err on the side of caution, which is so I don't feel comfortable asking you anything about yourself that you don't want to share. And if you do share it, I'm definitely not going to make a particular effort to remember it. Because, like, in my opinion, that's sort of creepy, right? Like, that's just you're just a random person who happens to be a fan of my work, and like I don't I don't know that that's huh. But like on the other hand, like I don't the fact that I'm here and talking means that I don't care who listens to what I say. The fact that I say it means I intend for it to be out there in public. I intend for everyone to know who I am. I have completely given up on being being silent, being undocumented, being private online, as it were. I have attempted to make myself a public figure, and I'm not very far along in that, obviously, because my content sucks. I don't edit. I don't. I hardly even make thumbnails. These last couple have just been phone snap pictures that came out surprisingly decent on like the second or third try. And before that, it's literally just my desktop background or some random stream based. Never posted a single photograph of yourself online. Wait, have I posted a photograph of myself? Oh, I mean, YouTube videos. I show my face in those all the time. But like, I've never posted just like a JPEG or PNG or whatever. Yeah, that's the way to go. But again, I kind of missed the boat on that. Because I made my Reddit I made my Google account when I was 15. I think I made my Reddit account when I was 16, and my Gmail is like an obscure thing that's not based on it's based on something that I didn't quite understand for a reason that I now find stupid, but at least it's not just first name dot last name at gmail.com, am I right? I don't like the whole first name last name Gmail thing. Like if you're gonna get a if you're gonna make a name, make it a fun, interesting name. But I didn't name any of my other accounts that email because like I put doctor at the beginning I never particularly wanted to be a doctor. I just thought it sounded cool. But then it's like you can't just call yourself doctor. You're like impersonating doctors or implying that you have credentials that you don't. It's like unless I actually become a doctor, like what's the point in having in calling yourself doctor? It's just completely counterproductive. Uh, yeah, at this point, if I wanted to go anonymous, I would have to I would have to legally change my name and move countries probably, or at least states, and I would have to create an alternate persona who was not who doesn't have a real name linked to them online, and I would have to like hand all of my current stuff off to them in a non-suspicious organic way. And that might be pretty difficult. I would have to I would have to act different. Like if I answer questions on Reddit about Emacs, I would have to give different answers on my different accounts that are formatted differently. Because if I if I write the same from both places, people will suspect what's I mean, not that anyone on there really cares that much or reads usernames, but I mean, what if somebody did? What if somebody wanted to track me down? I would just have to be super thorough about it. Looking for information for myself online, didn't find any. I guess I did a so, I guess I did a good job keeping a low profile altogether. Nice. Let me actually just Google my real name real quick. I'll go to the real Google this time. I usually use Brave Search because it is what it is. Actually, you know what? I'll go Control Shift N for the private. Uh, private window, google.com. No thanks, don't sign in. Okay, there's somebody on LinkedIn who has my name. There's a whole bunch of photos of people who are not me. I think there's only 2 or 3 of these guys, but they're just repeated. There's somebody on Instagram with 301 followers who's following 325 people. Wow, imagine following more people than follow you. Whereas on my Mastodon, I am following 19 people and 62 people follow me. None of that is for my personality or anything. It's just because I put out some stuff. Okay, there's an actor with a very similar name. Let me see if this Facebook is actually me. Um, no, this Facebook is just a random. It's not telling me. I don't want to be on Facebook. That's right. Yeah, looks like there's an actor. That's an actor, and that's a different actor. There's a social worker in California with the same name. Um, Oh. There's one of these scam background check services, looks like, is at least aware that there is somebody in my area with this name. I'm curious what they have. So I'm just going to run this check real quick. Do you think he ever had a DUI? No. Would you have any hidden social media profiles? I don't know. You suspect him of having criminal past? No. Um, I mean, is it fair to? I mean, honestly, this site checkpeople.com. There's no way that it's not a scam. They've got a big old progress bar showing what they check. Um, they found 68 results for my name and my city. I don't believe that. I do not believe that for a moment. And that now they're going to search all of the social media networks at a constant rate with another big old progress bar. This is so fake. And then they've got another fake progress bar. And then they're going to pretend to search local records of police and courts and stuff for criminal. They're not going to find anything. Do you use OpenBSD VM for browsing weird scamming websites? No, I'm just using Linux. It's I think it's the Arch version of Firefox. But like how much more good does browsing in within OpenBSD actually do you? Oh, see, they put 3 or 4 progress bars and they're like, oh, we need your email address to save your results. No, you baka. No, you don't. So I'm just gonna return it to Google, see what else. Okay, that was the all tab. What about news tab? I don't believe I was in any news. No, no news. No particular news. Images are mostly all, yeah, they all appear to be not me. None of them look entirely unlike me, but none of them are sufficiently me either. So cool. Wait, yeah. Videos. Somebody has a Vimeo account with the same name as me. Because of my last name, it looks like most of them are Spanish speaking, or at least bilingual in that direction. Okay. Yeah. Okay, second page of Google videos. Nope. Now we're going way off the rails. Less connected. We search first name, last name, city. All. Oh, now we got one. Second result. This is definitely talking about me. This is a newspaper. It's a it's a Catholic newspaper doing what do you call it? A like a has senior profiles of everyone who graduated a certain year, and I know a bunch of people. I know more people on here than I even graduated with because they put two schools in the same newspaper. So our school, right? We had a rival on the other side of town, and basically whenever someone would get expelled from our school, they would just go to that one. So it was like kind of a meme a little bit, like kind of a amusing thing. Oh wait, I didn't even know she went to that. Okay, never mind. I'm getting way sidetracked. Anyway, point is, um, yeah. So if you know where to look, you can figure out. Oh, I forgot to even test that. If I search by the shortened form of my name that I actually use for everything, um, YouTube comes up, and then my Mastodon comes up, and then my GitHub, and then a Reddit post that I made. Oh dear. So there's this site called LibHunt that makes hang on. It's just basically like compares a bunch of GitHub repos. It's all like weird auto-generated stuff. Um, and one of the dot files repos that they indexed was mine. That's a little bit not quite music, but okay. What's this? I definitely remember writing that text, but not to that website. Oh, and it's gone. Okay. The site was called blob.cat, and I suspect it's either a Reddit or a Mastodon scraper. And okay, yeah, the okay, I did show up in the Emacs news once or twice. Um, there's this lady, Sacha Chua, I think is how her name is spelled. I'm looking at it, and I'm because the both of those are similar to names that I have seen pronounced, but they're not the same, and so I want to be careful. But like, yeah, there was anyway. She does a weekly Emacs news page where she just like scours the internet for all of the cool things that have happened and that are related to Emacs and makes a big old list of them. And my wow, I haven't looked at my website since I changed the background image. It's ugly. I haven't shown you this background image, have I? Okay, so hang on. Let's so here's what it looks like there. Yeah. Okay, no words. 5 minutes or 5 hours and 30 minutes of compiling. That is yeah. So the actual article that showed up was a uh, basically so you just using Emacs as an editor out of the box sucks because everything is these weird key chord combinations and they bend your hand into uncontrollably horrible scenarios, um, and make all of the bones rub against each other and you die. Uh, and so to avoid that, we just emulate a different editor, and most people use VI with Evil. This is a little bit loud. I'm going to quiet it. I swear it was not loud that loud. It was not that loud in the beginning. But yeah, we use Evil mode for Vim, which pretty well emulates how Vim works in Emacs. Maybe even better than Vim does. It's like very surprisingly good. If you've used any other Vim emulation and you expect it to Evil to be bad, like it is not. It is not like that. It is very good. Like you just install Evil mode in Emacs and turn it on, and then it's just Vim, except being rendered by Emacs. It's that good. Like, is it better than VS Code's NeoVim extension that is like literally just NeoVim communicating in the background with it? Yes, it's better than the VS Code NeoVim extension. All right, good night, Justin. I'm gonna be here for the long haul. Um, it is almost my bedtime too, but who cares? I'm not going to bed. Good night. Yeah. Close my window a little bit. Okay, we got about an inch left open there. Let's see how that does. Still compiling. We're still compiling. I'm doing something completely different on the other thing. Monitor. Okay. I'm gonna try and add all the things we can. That's what that's about. That's boring. Oh, look at emake failed. Gentoo failed. Compile phase. Emake failed. All right. Emerge. Ask. Sys kernel. Gentoo kernel bin. Yes, do it. You've been streaming for 6 hours. Can you believe that? Do you really believe that? Well, it's true. Somehow, I've been here for 6 hours. I've been here for so long. Okay, so what just happened is we tried to download and install the kernel, but it had a problem somewhere in the compiling, and so instead we're just getting the binary one that doesn't have problems, probably, hopefully, maybe, but still does, it looks like. Why? What got on? However, I do know that Okay, that's installed, finally. The kernel is installed. Hooray. Now, these things I think aren't not necessary. There's also gen kernel, which we're not going to use. There's also manual configuration, which we're also not going to use. Because I installed the binary kernel. I did try to compile it, it just happened to randomly fail. Modules. We don't need those though, do we? Okay. So I think all that module stuff is mostly optional, or at least doesn't have a direct immediate effect on us. Fastab. So the thing about the fastab file is Arch distros have a much better way of dealing with it. Oh no. Oh no. What was that? What was that? What the heck was that? Troll out 2. No. Escape. What happens if I unplug the power for a second and plug it back in? Nothing. Okay. Now here's one thing we could try. We could hit hold scroll lock and then go. Wait, reasub. Yeah. No, that'll be fine. REISUB. All right. I don't know what happened. That was really weird. Maybe we ran out of RAM? RAM? I don't know. Whatever. Not a big deal. Come back. Get manager time. USB. Quit loading. Try Endeavor this time. See how well it does. Welcome to the stream if you're just joining us. We just finished installing the kernel and we're about to do something else, but I was going to, I was gonna generate an fstab file, but the I wanted to use an Arch utility, and I tried to resize the terminal window, and the computer soft crashed, so that was weird. So Wi-Fi connects to my Wi-Fi. So I want the terminal. Okay, we're just going to go to the Gentoo wiki once again. Haji Mario. Oh. Handbook install. AMD64. Installing. So you go to the bottom of the disks. Oh, no, it's the next one. .conf. Okay, here's where we need to be. Remounting all these things. So we mount types proc. Wait, hang on, we need to mount make dir p mnt Gentoo. And then dev SDA3 mount Gentoo. And then mount dev SDA1 mount Gentoo boot, I'm pretty sure. And then swap on dev SDA2. Hooray. Mount types proc /proc onto mount Gentoo proc. Mount rbind sys mount Gentoo sys. Mount make rslave mount Gentoo sys. Mount rbind dev to mount Gentoo dev. Mount make rslave mount Gentoo dev. Mount bind run to mount Gentoo run. When I say run, you run. Mount make rslave. It just says make slave, but I'm gonna make rslave. Mount Gentoo run. And then dev shim has nothing. So then we're going to root bash, and we're going to source etc profile export ps1 equals root ps1. Cool. Control L. And we already did boot. Oh yes, and this is where I was gonna do a thing. So here's what I'm gonna do. What we're actually doing is we are making an fstab file for that thing. Now if you look, boom, the FS tab is in there. Kernel, we did. Configuring the system comes next. The FS tab file. Yeah. So I'm gonna just nvim, see if this tab, and change all instances of relatime to Noah time, because why would anyone ever use relatime? That's just my opinion. So that's what we got. Cool. Now, what is the host name? There is no host name, so we're going to echo Toshibox, because this is a Toshiba computer, into etc host name. Cool. Now if we cat etc host name, Toshibox is in there. That's just basic Unix file stuff. IO, which is nice. And systemd has a different way of doing that, but it doesn't matter. Network. There's a whole bunch of ways of doing networking, but since we need Wi-Fi, host files and stuff, okay, they don't talk about Wi-Fi here. More details from about wireless network and guns. I want to do that now. I don't want to wait till later, because then we'll have to boot back in. Wait, that's it? Knit for C. So emerge, ask, no replace, net, risk, net, if, rc. Yes. Vim. Let's see, conf d net. Oh. I don't like that. I'm going to install my own thing, IWD, which is a Intel Wi-Fi daemon thingy. It does Wi-Fi. Yes, I do want to do it. Okay. What? I know. Okay, fine. So we're just going to... We're going to root, and then we're going to... Arrangement root. Cool. And then we're going to get a WD. It's going to do its thing. Nay. If it looks like it's late night here, that's because it is. It's only like, what, 10 in the evening. Yeah, not a big deal. Only 10. It's fine. Alright, I'll be right back. Still going, it's still going. Cool, I'm back, and it's still going. And nobody's here still. Nice. Thanks for the like, Johnston. KB rules base maybe. Seem more or less. So that was rules. We want symbols. It's going to be types, key codes, what's the readme? Key codes component of a keyboard backing sacrifice is a range and interpretation of the raw key codes reported by the device. It sets the key code's symbolic name, the minimum and maximum legal codes for the keyboard, and the significant names for the key. So is there such thing as x86 maybe? Esc equals 9. Caps is 66. Rules, symbols, custom ops. We're going to just go to XKB and then we're going to find grep for key caps. And then it's gonna do its thing. Backspace, escape, backspace is backspace. Escape. Weird. Alright. Back to this. IWCTL. Okay. Whatever. So basically, we gotta do the init run level boot stuff. So I gotta put, okay, we've added IWD, so that's going to start. So when it boots up, so maybe that'll help. I don't know. Just have to see. And then we go to AST hosts, and that's something. Oh, it's a nice, pretty Etsy hosts. It's in the local host. This host is also called Toshibox. Cool. Time to set the password. I'll set a password that I use for a lot of things. Password is too short. Okay, I hate this so much. So I'm going to just Google real quick here. Gentoo allow short password. First suggestion there. So we go let's see ham.the system off. No. I mean, we nvim that. Password QC equals, wait. Password required. Min equals 8888. Hang on. Off. Permit. Where's permit? Go. Oh, wow. Wait, hang on. Let's see, security, password, qc.conf. and force equals none. That is the answer. Alright, so now we can go password, and it will do it will let us give a weak password. Cool. Because I don't care. rc.conf. So let's see, rc.conf. Okay, I'm just gonna hope that nothing needs to be changed over there. Vim etc conf.d keymaps. Keymap US Windows keys. Yeah, I guess. Alt, left, right. Okay, sure. Not to load for extended keyboards. Don't bother. Dump keys. Doesn't matter. What? No. No. Okay. Let's see. Conf.d hardware clock. It's set to UTC. So that's good. Okay, that doesn't need to change. I don't think. Not a big deal anyway right now. It's going to be, no. Tools. Installing. System logger. There's a bunch of log things. Don't care about system logs. Cron daemon, don't care. File indexing, what's that? Oh, mlocate. Yeah, don't care. It's Linux. Even hard drives are fast. SSHD, don't care. I have a physical access to this machine, so. time synchronization with NTP. So emerge net misc trony. All right, just 4. Shouldn't take too long, right? Please. Oh, that one was quick, so probably not going to be fairly speedy. Wait, that's the same? No way that's the same. So key ask. How does symbols caps lock do it? They have replace key caps with caps lock, modifier map lock to caps lock. Custom mods. Yeah. Replace key caps with escape. No, key caps escape. Okay. Yay, back to Gentoo. Sorry, I'm doing something else on the other computer. Basically, I have 2 escape keys, and they're different somehow, and I'm not sure how, and I'm trying to, like, make them not different so that the problem that I'm having with one of them will go away. So we RC update add trony d default. Cool. File system tools. We need to get emerge BTRFS progs. It's pretty important because that's what we're doing. What's this? Oh, NTP. That's gonna install for a bit. Swap escape. Its key is caps. That's caps lock. Okay. Then, okay. 30 more seconds, and we will. Oh, 56. I read 59. Well, we've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Isn't that exciting? 7 hours. I'm not gonna stop till I'm done with this, or give up in frustration. So realistically, I'm gonna be up all night. All right. 26 minutes. Okay. All right. Might not be able to do that. Whatever. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's fine. So I'm I'm just gonna be right back here. Yeah. All right. Let's see how fast Prog's doing. Cool. HTTP/CD. Dial up, not on this computer, thankfully. Now they recommend WPA supplicant, but I happen to hate WPA supplicant with a passion. It is the worst. The method to interact with it is the worst possible way that there is to interact with a thing like that, and it's just really bad and dumb, and I hate it. All right, boy. So the stream says we've been going for 3 hours, but I'm fairly confident that it actually means 7. Every 2 hours, it kind of seems to forget about the last two. Every 4 hours, it turns into 2 hours. So when we hit two, it was 2, and then we hit 4, it had 2, and then when we hit 6, it was 2. When we hit 6, it was 4. But now that we've hit 7, it's 3. I do have a DHCP CD. Okay, bootloader time, finally. So, this is a BIOS system, so we're going to use grub. merge this boot grub dash dash ask, I guess. Grub platforms equals EFI64 PC minus core boot minus EFI32. So yeah, that's fine. PC is the one we're actually using here. And fix that, but don't because it's fine. All right. It's 10:30 in the evening for me, so I need a little more caffeine to keep going. Now, I could use a type of caffeine like Mountain Dew that actually works, but I'm gonna get some cherry Coke instead because I have that and I don't like it, so I gotta use it first, right? Stupid. Stupid. Boost myself on Mastodon, see if anyone feels like showing up. Only so many things you can do when you're can you really? Man, Discord just keeps adding things, features that are bad and not useful and shoving them in our faces. Coders. That's a slur. Lol. Uh-huh. It is how it be. Imagine. We're close. We're close, boys. The grub is almost installed. Who would be awake at this hour? Probably lots of people. Also me. Phone is okay, isn't it? How long ago was the message about doing the thing with the place, the stuff? Fine. Welcome. Yeah. No, this is just grub. Oh, yeah, I missed that comment. Sorry. Oh yeah, well, I saw it now. I responded to you on Discord, so, uh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for however long it takes. However long it takes. I don't care. I would like a little company, though. What was that? I saw something bad. I saw some negative messages, some red dots. I gotta scroll up. What were the red dots? Array subscript 0 is outside array bounds. Okay. It's just C errors. I don't care. So now, I think we'd be safe to just grub install SDA. Okay. SGBT partition label contains no BIOS boot partition. Embedding won't be possible. Embedding is not possible. Grub can only use block lists, but we're not going to use block lists. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit here, and I'm going to umount dev SDA everything. Recursive SDA, I don't know, 1 or 3, I guess. Okay, so now we're going to start gparted here, and we're going to add a what do you call it? Hang on. Let's see what the best way to do this is. We're going to resize this. We're going to move this part over by like 4 gigs. That's going to be fine. So we're going to swap off of this swap, and we're going to move the swap all the way to the right. That's fine. Move it. What? So we're going to move this, put 179 megs of before, I guess, and that's going to be fine. And we're going to create a new partition here with unformatted, and we're going to set the flag of this one to no, that's fine. Size, we're going to pull this all the way back. And move this all the way back. Yeah, okay. So I've got a big old unformatted block there, and that may or may not be okay, I don't know. Error record. SDA3. Password resource busy. Sync. Okay, we're just going to shrink this a bit. That's going to be okay. And we're going to make this unformatted. Cool. Now that is there. We're going to manage flags, and we're going to give this the BIOS grub flag. Yes. And we're going to see if that works now. So we're going to mount. SDA3 to boot, to mount Gentoo. We're going to mount dev SDA1 to mount Gentoo boot. We're going to swap on dev SDA2. We're going to we're going to do the proc, and we're going to do the sys. SAM, just scrolling back up, how could you tell? Top proc and sys, and the other sys. Sys, dev. We're going to do the other dev. I'm going to go all the way and dev run. And the other run. And then may as well copy resolve.conf to mount Gentoo. Let's see. And then root bash, and then all the way up. What do we gotta do? Source, let's see, profile. And change our PS1 back. Cool. So now we can just grub install into dev SDA. Finally. That was a fun diversion, though. Installation finished. No error reported. Exciting. Okay. Now we need to make our configuration for grub, of course, which we do with grub make config -o boot grub grub.cfg, and that will do its thing. Please. Found a Linux and it found in a turd. And it's not going to use the OS prober because we don't have OS prober, and I don't care because there is no other OS on this machine. Hopefully, please. There's also Lilo, which doesn't work, and EFI Bootmaker, which also doesn't work, and then SysLinux, which is, according to Brody Robertson, it is old and extremely out of date and deprecated. I've used it on this machine before, it's fine, but also Grub is even more fine because Grub has a configuration generator, and SysLinux you have to write the configuration yourself, which kind of sucks. So next. There are users that can do things. With the Gentoo installation finished and the system rebooted, the full is going well, and I remove the downloaded. Okay, wait. Wait, so that's it? Okay. Wait. Merge sudo. You better have sudo. I mean, there is also do as, but sudo just works and doesn't not work. Do as, I'll acknowledge that do as can be better, but do as has a higher tendency to not work sometimes. I really like how sudo doesn't always ask, it gives you timeouts. Do as apparently has that on OpenBSD, but it doesn't have it on Linux because it's built into the OpenBSD kernel. The do as timeouts for specific users. I know, obviously that's not quite gonna work for Linux. That's just not what Linux is quite for. The kernel, the Linux kernel. It's not quite what it's for, so yeah, here we go. My own confusion. JK and less. Okay. B-frame. Hmm. Did Joker Senpai block me? Who knows? Who cares? No mailer. What? Wait, hang on. Oh, sudo is what I'm installing right now. But for some reason, that means a whole bunch of other stuff. Dependencies, that's what they're called. You do realize. Oh dear. What was that? I was sworn I heard a Discord. Oh, it was a Mastodon. Somebody's favorited my post about streaming for 7 hours. Hey, thanks, Felix Grayscale. Sudo compiling. Compiling is the sudo. Okay, now sudo is installed, so I can user add mg users wheel audio video niche. Mailbox, no such file directory. Password niche. Alright. Created a Mitch user with the password. Okay, sudo works. What? No, it doesn't. Wheel. With sudo. So we're going to allow wheel group members to do stuff. Yes. Yes. Wait. No, that's the same. I just saw the same comment from 2 hours ago, or more like 1 hour ago. Yes, it is still going on. Okay, so we installed Grub, we installed the kernel, we installed internet stuff. We made a user. I'm gonna try making the user work, and that works. All right. So I think that is it. That says it's it. All of the instructions it's giving now are for after that's done. So that makes me think that they think that we should be done. And so that means that it is time to reboot. Gentoo GNU/Linux, let's go. Let us go, please, come on. It's OpenRC. It's OpenRC, but with resolution. It's a login. A login is me with my password. And it works. Sudo emerge neofetch. Use the password. Does this work? Who knows? Let's see. I think it will, and I think it'll be fast, because neofetch is written in bash, which is not compiled. So it should just be downloading a file and sticking it in the... Oh. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? I need internet. I need, I need to connect to my, internet. Alright, there we go. So now it'll work. Because we have internet. And that's fine. Confusion. So I'm going to clear a neofetch. Boom. We are in, boys. Neofetch hath been installed. Oh no, somebody else favorited my post. Why would you do that, Emaximancer? I don't know. Oh boy. Well, what should I do now? My 0 zeros. Okay, finally got the... Hmm. I don't know quite what I want to do. On one hand, I kind of want to just give up and be done. You know what? I'm going to leave this setup as it is. Okay, merge, sudo, merge, figlet, and figlet. I'll be back in a minute. Nice. So what's the deal with Figlet? I don't remember, but it's something. Okay, yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Goodbye. I'm Alright. I don't know what to do. We did install Gentoo, nobody's here, so I'm just going to call it a day. I am surprised that it only took this long, and honestly a little bit disappointed and underwhelmed. Must have been the binary kernel. Just made everything way easier. Because usually everything else goes tediously fine except for the kernel. Never work out what options in the kernel menu are okay to change and which ones aren't, but yeah. So that's it. That's Gentoo installed. Technically, everything else is just, set up like you do on any distro. So I'm trying to think of a reason whether or not I should uh, do anything in particular. All right, so I'm just going to end the stream here, and we're gonna do something else next time. Bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye.